HIPAA related on a screen share, or we're sharing some kind of financial bank statement that has the account number and it's not redacted, lawyers, if you would please let me know, and I'm going to stop the live stream at that time. And then I will start it back up once we're done with the screen share. Okay. The court's on the record in cause number 19 DCV 268181 in the matter of the marriage of Natalie Q and Alan Q. Counsel, if you would please each identify yourselves and the party that you represent for the record.
Judge, my name is Matt Mahoney. I represent the petitioner, Natalie Q.
Kathleen Lefevre, present for respondent Alan Q.
All right, anyone that's going to provide testimony today, if you would please raise your right hand to be sworn. And Mr. Q, if you would please unmute for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Do.
Thank you. All right, lawyers, are there any stipulations as far as exhibits? It looks like I have 2 trial exhibit lists, and there's already some documents that are marked admitted there. But just for the record, if we can go ahead and put the stipulations on the record, beginning with Mr. Mahoney, any stipulations you have, and then I'll go to you, next, Ms. Lefevre.
Judge, we would stipulate to the admission of respondents numbers 1 through 5, number 7 through 24, number 26, number 28 through 33, number 35 through RV5. So let me try it this way: 35 through 37, and then RV 1 through 5.
Got it. All right, Lefevre, is that your understanding of their stipulation on your exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, the court will, and are you offering those exhibits at this time, Ms. Lefevre?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, respondents 1 through 5 are admitted. Respondents 7 through 24 are admitted. Respondents 26 is admitted. Respondents 28 through 33 are admitted. Respondents 35 through 37 are admitted. Respondents RV1 through RV5 are admitted. Ms. Lefevre, if you would please go through your stipulations of petitioner's exhibits.
Your Honor, so we stipulate to P1 through P4, P6 through P9, P11, and P14 through 16.
And Mr. Mahoney, are you offering those exhibits at this time?
I am, Judge. Yes, sir.
All right, so the court is entering into evidence P1 through 4, petitioners 6 through 9, petitioners 11, and petitioners 14 through 16. Thank you, lawyers, for doing that prior to the trial. Any other stipulations or pre-trial matters we need to address before we get started with opening statements from either side?
I think that's it, Judge. Yep.
All right, Mr. Mahoney, you may give your opening statement.
Judge, I believe that the evidence will show that this is a marriage of approximately 17 years. There are 3 minor children of the marriage. They're all 3 elementary school age. I believe the evidence will show that since at least January of 2020, my client has been the primary caretaker of the children. There was a apparently 3-day contested hearing that was had before this court. I believe that the evidence will show that since that time, the children have resided in the home primarily with their mother, and that Mr. Q, I believe the evidence will show, has participated in things such as number one, he moved more than an hour away from the children when he first moved out in January of 2020. in addition, he will do things like if he's driving back to bring the children to their mother and he gets close to the house at 7:55, he'll park down the street until 8 o'clock so that he doesn't bring the children back until right at 8 o'clock. I believe that the evidence will show that this is a game to Mr. Q. I believe that he is, for whatever reason, upset about the breakup of the marriage. And I believe he's trying to use his relationship with the children to try to hurt their mother. I believe that the evidence will show that Miss Q simply wants to get a divorce. She wants to raise her children and she wants to move forward. I think that just by the requested relief that the court will review, you'll see that Mr. Q is asking to be appointed the sole managing conservator. He wants to, in every way that he can, try to hurt the mother of these children. And he's going to try to do that through this legal process. And I believe that that's what he's done now since late 2019. I think the evidence will show that the children are most certainly best off if they continue to reside with their mother. I think that the evidence will show that the community home should be awarded to Miss Q. I believe that Mr. Q should be compensated by receiving his 401k. And I think that at the end of the day, the court will see that, in fact, Mr. Q has made this case much more complicated than what it probably should have been in his attempts to interfere with the children and their relationship with their mother. So we look forward to presenting it to you, and I think it'll be fairly cut and dry. That's all I have at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Mahoney. Ms. Lefebvre, would you like to give your opening at this time or wait until your case in chief?
I don't mind giving my opening, Your Honor.
Right.
Do you mind if I turn my video off, because I'm getting some internet issues, and that way I can make sure that it's streaming, I hope, anyways, a little bit better?
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, sorry. We have two lawyers in this house that are streaming, I think, a large amount of data at the same time, and it's maybe straining the very expensive internet we pay for. I'll see if this stays, and then if not, I'll turn my video off. Your Honor, Mr. Mahoney is correct. This is a case that took 3 days of a temporary orders hearing, along with a motion for protective order from my client. This case started with Ms. Koo being arrested for being drunk and assaulting my client. And this was a very long hearing about alcohol abuse, which continues to be at issue today. You've had an opportunity to speak to the children. I believe that the court will, in its judgment, consider the decisions and the words that came from those children in that meeting with them. I believe that the court is going to hear evidence of violations of the alcohol injunctions regarding Ms. Koo. You're going to hear evidence regarding the bankruptcy.
All right, we're going to have to maybe stop your video because you're cutting out.
Who had found a way to support herself.
Hold on, Ms. Lefebvre, you stopped when you were at bankruptcy. So if you can please resume your argument or your opening from where you said the court's going to hear something about the bankruptcy.
Sorry, Judge. You're going to hear that this bankruptcy is still pending, that Ms. Koo's name has been removed, but that Mr. Koo is still solely carrying this bankruptcy. You're going to hear evidence that Ms. Koo has gotten a new job, but it still does not meet her minimum reasonable needs. She has not sought employment otherwise and is unable to afford things like the house, which are subject to the bankruptcy. Evidence is going to show that she is not a co-parent and not cooperative with regard to the children, that she disregards the court orders and injunctions. This court previously stated how close the decision was regarding primary. And I believe that that is very relevant today, especially in regard to the opinions of the children and what you heard in chambers, that this marriage ended not because Mr. Koo wanted it to, but because Miss Koo came home drunk after a history of being out and drinking, including driving with the children, and assaulted him, which ended in her arrest. Since that time, there has been a 15-month period where Mr. Koo continued to support the family, struggling through a bankruptcy and a pandemic, while Ms. Koo continued to not participate, while Ms. Koo instead found a new boyfriend, spent community funds on that boyfriend and his family, and has spent money on things like babysitters, and has enjoyed a very comfortable lifestyle in a home, while Mr. Koo had no choice but to move to an apartment that was subsidized by his employer, which is why he had to move so far away. He has been providing all of the support for the family with the sole exclusion of the $1,100 a month that Ms. Koo makes. You're going to hear that Mr. Koo is trying desperately to do what is best for his children and to protect them in every way that he can, including from Ms. Koo's alcoholism. With that, Your Honor, you're going to hear evidence that is going to support why Mr. Koo should be sole managing conservator and why the fault in the breakup of the marriage should be granted on the grounds of cruel treatment by Ms. Koo. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Lefevre. Mr. Mahoney, you may call your first witness.
Judge, I would call Natalie Q. May I proceed?
You may.
Would you tell us your name? And Miss Koo, you're currently married to Alan Koo. Is that?
Hold on, before we get into this, I had trouble hearing Ms. Q's answer. Ms. Q, can you test your mic for me by saying something, please?
Natalie Koo.
Okay, it's hard to hear her.
She's using, I've got her on the iPad so that we don't have to share the same camera. So she may just have to talk louder. I'm trying to put I usually don't have the loudness problem, so I'm gonna put the microphone closer to her and see if that. Go ahead,
Does
try.
that help?
All right, let's try that. You may continue.
All right. You're currently married to Alan Q, is that correct?
That's correct.
When did you and Alan get married?
July 31st, 2004.
And when did you and Alan separate, cease to live together as husband and wife?
Approximately the end of 2018, beginning of 2019. We separated within the house.
Okay. And were you guys still living in the same house at that point?
We were.
Okay. And when did you start living in separate houses? Speak loud.
November 22nd, 2019, when, yes.
Okay. Now, you and Mr. Q have 3 children, is that correct?
That's correct.
What's the oldest child's name?
Kai Koo.
And how old is Kai?
Kai is 10.
And what grade is Kai in?
Kai is in 4th grade.
Okay. What's the second child?
Kale Koo.
And how old is Kale?
Kale just turned 9.
And what grade is Kale in?
3rd grade.
And the youngest child?
My baby is, she's 5, almost 6, and she's in kindergarten.
Now, at this point, do all 3 of the children go to the same elementary school?
They sure do.
Now, where do you, the children currently reside with you, is that correct?
That's correct.
And where do you guys live?
We live in Missouri City and Sienna Plantation.
And is that a home where the family was residing before you guys split up?
It is.
And how long have you guys lived in that home?
We have lived in that home approximately 6 years.
Now, are you asking the court, just so we're clear, at the end of the day, are you asking the court to award you the community home?
Yes, I am.
And are you able, or do you have a plan for how you're going to afford to pay for that home?
Yes, I do.
Do you believe if the court awards you the home that the children will stay in the schools where they're currently zoned to?
Yes.
And do you believe that that's in the best interest of the children?
Yes, I do.
Now, what is, excuse me, are you employed outside the home?
I am.
And where do you work now?
I work for the school district. My children attend at Fort Bend ISD.
Okay.
I work for special ed preschool at elementary school nearby.
When did you start working for Fort Bend ISD?
I started in August of 2020.
Prior to August of 2020, had you been employed outside the home?
Yes, I have.
And where Where did you work before Fort Bend ISD?
I worked with Methodist Day School. It's a private Christian preschool.
Approximately how long did you work there?
Approximately 4 years.
And so is that where you were working when you and Mr. Q were still together?
Yes.
Now, when you were working at the day school, did your hours allow you to be available to care for the children?
Yes.
What is your current position with Fort Bend ISD?
My current position is I'm a paraprofessional with ECSE. It's early childhood special education.
Okay. And approximately what is your annual salary?
It's approximately 25,000, I believe.
And do you have a plan for at some point being able to make more money?
Yes, sir.
And what is your plan?
My plan is I'm approximately 50% of the way through getting my teaching certificate online. So I can go into the next school year as a full-time teacher, keeping the same hours that my kids go to school and not having to do that extended day and the same holidays and things like that, just to keep their same schedules. So
Are you available to care for the children now with your current work schedule?
yes, I am.
So what hours do you normally work now?
I work approximately 8 to 3:45-ish.
Okay. And so tell us, how do the children get to school in the mornings?
So in the morning, my children, we walk down to the bus, about 3 houses down. They get on the bus at around 7:40. As soon as they're on the bus, I drive to work for 8 o'clock. And then once I'm released at work at 3:30 or so, I drive home and they get off the bus around 4. So we're arriving back home at approximately the same time.
And so are you having to use any extended care or any child care at this time?
I am not.
Do you have persons that you have relied on in the past for child care if the need arises?
I have.
And who do you use for child care?
I use friends, neighbors, coworkers. I do have some standard babysitters as well.
And are these people that the children are familiar with?
Yes.
Are these people that would babysit even before you and
Yes.
Mr. Q split up?
Yes.
Now, you heard Ms. Lefevre in her opening statement talk about how you were an alcoholic. Did you hear her say that?
I did hear that.
Ma'am, as we sit here today, have you ever been arrested for putting the children in some type of danger due to alcohol?
No.
Now, you were arrested in November of 2019. Is that right?
That's correct.
And that arrest was as a result, or was the incident that we see that's been admitted into evidence as respondents number 5, or the 5th video. Is that right? Or as far as you know?
Yeah, I mean, it was a video from, yes.
Okay. And do you know what you were arrested for in November of 2019?
I was arrested for assault by threat.
Do you know did you threaten Mr. Q?
No.
During the course of your marriage, has there been an issue with Mr. Q recording your interaction with him?
Yes.
Do you
Objection
know?
leading.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, was Mr. Q recording the events in November of 2019?
Yes.
Objection
Has
leading.
is this recording something that he's done in the
Judge,
past?
can I get a ruling on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I said the objection sustained. Is my mic not picking up mine? I may need to get a new mic because it seems like this is a recurring problem, but the objection to leading is sustained. If you can not lead your witness, please, Mr. Mahoney.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think it was Miss Lefevre. I didn't even realize she had objected, Judge, and I apologize. Let me try to turn in I didn't want you to think I just kept asking the question after. Okay.
It's hard with Zoom. It's just one of those things that we have to struggle
We're
through.
almost there, though. I think we're almost there. Getting back. So Miss Q, has there been an issue with recording or with Mr. Q recording during the marriage?
Yes.
And approximately when did this begin?
Close to the end of 2019, as the divorce became more apparent that it was going to happen.
Okay. And what was the problem?
Sorry. As far as why he was recording.
Well, I mean, what did you like being recorded?
No, definitely not. It was harassment.
Objection leading.
No.
Overruled.
Okay. Why didn't you like it?
I felt harassed, and it was a scare tactic, and the things that he would say
For speculation.
that he would take my children away.
Sustained.
We,
Well, and is that why it made you uncomfortable, or why it bothered you, not what you thought Mr. Q's intentions were? So the objection to speculation sustained.
so, ma'am, why did it bother you that he was recording you?
It was an invasion of my privacy, and it felt extremely threatening and harassing to me.
Now, did you talk to Mr. Q about it?
Yes.
What did you say to him?
I said, please stop recording me. Please stop recording me. I feel violated. Please stop recording me.
Did he honor your request?
No.
Now,
Objection. Can I get a time frame? Are we talking about an incident or every single time?
They said it started at the end of November 2019, but
Okay.
so I think I've got a time frame.
okay.
You may continue, Mr. Mahoney.
Yes. Now, ma'am, if you know, on how many occasions are you aware of that Mr. Q was recording the interaction between the two of you, approximately?
In October and November, it was almost every day and night. It was almost 24/7.
Would you estimate that it was more than 5?
Yes.
So if in fact he's only produced or marked as exhibits for the trial 5 recordings, would you venture to say that these are the best 5?
Yes.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, were you in court in January of 2020 when there were some recordings played?
I think the last recordings were played in February of 2020. Yes.
Okay.
The temporary order hearing, yes. January, February.
And
Sorry.
did you see any recordings where the children were in danger?
No.
Did you see any recordings where you were falling down drunk?
No.
Ma'am, do you go out with your friends and have a drink on occasion?
Yes.
Have you placed the children in danger by going out with your friends and having a drink?
No.
Is this an allegation that you've heard from Mr. Q for quite some time?
Yes.
And do you know why, or has he ever told you why he continues to make this allegation?
This allegation is made because his goal was to.
Objection non-responsive.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, did Mr. Q tell you what his goal was in this divorce process?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
What did he tell you his goal was, ma'am?
His goal was to make my children hate me, throw me in jail, and make sure he destroys me if I divorce him.
Ma'am, did he ever tell you why that was his goal?
He was angry because I was divorcing him.
Well, ma'am, why are you divorcing him?
I'm divorcing him because our relationship became volatile, and We attempted counseling and things did not get better. This was not a snap judgment. It took years of deciding and suicide threats from him and things that kept me in it probably longer than I should have been. And it just was a marriage that just fell apart and couldn't be put back together.
Hold on, Mr. Mahoney. We're going to go, we've lost Ms. LaFever. We're going to go off the record until we get her back on. All right, we have Ms. LaFever back. We're going to go back on the
I'm
record.
about to plug into an
Back on the record.
Ethernet cable. If you could give me just a second, hopefully that'll fix all of our problems. And I'm just going to be on the floor in a different room. Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
You ready?
All right, great. We're back on the record. We're ready to pick up where we left off. That's the direct examination of petitioner by Mr. Mahoney. Mr. Mahoney, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Now, ma'am, do you believe that your children should have a strong relationship with their father?
Yes, I do.
Have you, well, do you believe that what is your position with regard to the decision making for the children?
The decision making at this point, I believe, needs to be in my control.
Okay. And do you believe that you should discuss those decisions with Mr. Q?
Yes.
Have you and well, let's talk about when you guys were married, okay? Did you and Mr. Q have discussions or work together in making decisions for the children?
We did. Most of the time it was on my shoulders, and he trusted me to make those decisions because he was working a lot. So that was just something that I handled and did, and he was comfortable with.
You got to speak loud because I can barely hear you and I'm in the same room.
Sorry.
Now, so prior to the separation, who generally made the decisions for the children?
I did.
Did you involve Mr. Q in those decisions?
Yes, I did.
And did he participate in the day-to-day activities with the children?
That varied depending on his work schedule, which was on and off. Some days we wouldn't see him for 6 days at a time, just depending on his job location, things like that.
Now, were your children, prior to the separation, were your children involved in any extracurricular activities?
Yes, they were.
And what activities were the children involved in prior to the separation?
Soccer and choir, the Fort Bend Boys Choir. My son was extremely involved in that.
Okay, let's start with soccer. Who was involved in soccer?
All three of them have played soccer.
Okay, and who generally would be responsible for getting them to the soccer practices?
Me.
And who generally would take them to the soccer matches?
Me. He would participate on weekends, things like that. But majority of the time it was me.
Now, the other one you said was the choir?
Yes.
Okay, and who was in the choir?
That was Kai. He's in the Fort Bend Boys Choir.
Okay, and is Kai still in the Fort Bend Boys Choir?
No, he is not.
And when did he stop participating with the Fort Bend Boys Choir?
His father pulled him out of the Fort Bend Boys Choir. I believe it was technically, he pulled him out the middle of last year.
So,
Or maybe it might have been spring of last year. I'm not at the exact date. COVID slowed things down, and then once it started back up, he took him out.
okay. And did you talk to Mr. Q about Kai being in the choir?
I did.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that he was not going to take him to the practices and he was not going to put him in the choir. He said it was due to COVID. However, it was, I feel it was inconvenient to him to take him on Thursday nights when he had him in his possession. And it was something that he wasn't wanting to put the effort in to do with Kai.
Do you think that extracurricular activities for the children are important?
Extremely.
Have you talked to Mr. Q about the children playing soccer?
Yes, I have.
And what has he told you about the children in their soccer?
He said he will not take them when they are in his possession to soccer games, practices, etc.
And did he tell you why?
I believe one of the reasons was COVID.
Okay. Any other reason?
He did not give me any other reason.
As far as you know, were there still soccer matches being played?
Yes.
Now, do you know where Mr. Q is residing at this time?
I do.
And where's he living?
He's living out in Energy Corridor off of I-10 and 610, I believe.
Do you know how far that is from your home?
It's approximately an hour drive.
Okay. Is that with the Houston traffic?
That is with not with rush hour traffic. It's driving on not on the toll.
Did you ever talk to Mr. Q about why he relocated to that location?
I have questioned this decision.
Well, did you ask him about it?
I'm trying to remember. I can't recall. I believe I have asked him in email, but I can't recall exactly.
And what does Mr. Q, if you know, what does he do for a living?
He's a assistant superintendent and builds apartments.
Do you know, or where, do you know of any locations where his company is building apartments?
I believe they're building in San Antonio. They build in the Houston area. They build up to the Woodlands.
Are you aware of any
Austin.
apartment complexes that they're building that are closer to the home where the children were living?
Yes, there are several within 10 miles of our house. One he was building at the current time, and maybe still is, and then another one just outside our immediate neighborhood.
Now, does Mr. Q participate in the day-to-day schooling of the children now that they've been residing primarily with you?
No.
Does he, other than his periods of possession, would he come to the house to see the children?
Yes.
And when would he come?
He would come unannounced and
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained.
When's the last, or can you recall the last time that he came unannounced?
It was late last year, I believe.
And what happened?
He comes to drop things off or ring the doorbell or try to get the kids to bring things out of the house. Things like that.
Do you know what the purpose of his visit was on this occasion?
Maybe to get something from the kids. I can't recall. honestly.
Did you have discussions with Mr. Q about his unannounced appearances?
Multiple times.
And what did you say to him?
I said, please do not come to the house. I don't feel comfortable with that unless it's periods of possession exchanges. And I made it very clear, I do not want you to violate the restraining order or to come near me in certain situations, and which he disregards.
Would any of those, well, if we look at the temporary orders, was this issue of you and Mr. Q being around each other addressed in the temporary orders?
It was.
And how was it addressed?
It was addressed. We're supposed to maintain a distance of 100 feet or something like that, due to, I guess, the allegations that were.
Okay. And what allegations are you speaking of?
I believe he said that I was physically abusive to him and all throughout our marriage, and he was scared for his life and threatened.
Have you ever been physically abusive to Mr. Q?
The last week before I was out of the house, I did hit him or slap him because it was a self-defense. I was attacked and I was defending myself.
Well, tell the court what happened. Or first, let's talk about when this was. When was this?
It was maybe November. It was 2 or 3 days before the 22nd. So maybe the 18th or 19th.
Okay. And where were you?
In the house that we're in now.
Okay. And what happened?
He had told me that he had been secretly recording me, not just openly recording me. And he said, I'm going to use everything to take your children from you. And so I grabbed his phone and he pushed me and I slapped him. And then he slammed me into a wall.
And
And
did you do anything, or did you touch him any other time?
no,
Did he touch you at that night any other time?
no,
Other than that occasion, have there been incidents of physical contact that were initiated by Mr. Q?
no,
Have there been incidents of physical contact that you've initiated?
no,
Now, do you believe that you're safe around Mr. Q?
no,
Are you asking the court to continue the injunction that keeps you guys 100 feet away from each other?
yes,
Has this injunction been a problem during the pendency of this case?
yes.
What has been the problem?
He continues to approach me. He continues to bait me to violate the restraining order, regardless of my requests to not come so close to me at my job site or at the hospital or at the mailbox.
Okay, let's start. When's the last time you can remember that he approached you as you're describing?
The last time it was possibly 2 weeks ago. It was one of the last exchanges.
And where were you?
I take care of kids after school in my home, and I was picking one up from school while he was bringing the children back to the house. We were arriving at approximately the same time. He got there first. He was in the driveway, and I had asked him to move his truck out of the driveway so I could park and get the children, and he refused. So I parked down at the mailbox and had the kids come to me, and he proceeded to drive right up next to me and begin screaming things in front of the children.
What was he saying?
He was saying that your mother doesn't allow me to call you. I'm calling you. Things about phone calls. Honestly, I was just trying to get the kids into the car without them hearing anything so we could just get back to the house. And it was very threatening and damaging to the kids. more than anything.
Were you trying to interfere? Well, let's talk about phone calls. Do you allow the children to talk to their father?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Well, is there a schedule for phone calls?
I do not schedule my children's phone calls with their father. I freely allow them to call when they need. Besides, I do not allow them to tattle on each other. But I allow them to call. They play video games with their dad online. They talk to him when they want to chat about things about their day. Unless we are preoccupied with a dinner or they're playing with their friends outside, things like that, 100% allow them to have freedom to the phone.
Well, do the children have their own cell phones?
No, they do not.
Okay, so how would they call their dad if they wanted to?
They ask me, or they just use the phone.
Well, are you one of the only people in 2021 that still has a house phone?
No, like just the cell phone.
Okay, so
If it's sitting around and they want to call, they just call.
what cell phone would they use?
They use the cell phones that are connected with me and his cell phone. It's like a AT&T plan or something.
Okay, is that your cell phone?
It's my cell phone, yeah.
Okay. And have there been occasions during the pendency of this case where they have used your cell phone to call their dad?
Yes.
Now, are those phone calls reciprocated by when the children are with Mr. Q?
No.
Have there been issues with the phone calls?
Yes.
What issues have existed?
The issues are he specifically gave me a time of 6:45 to 7 p.m. to call the children. If I call outside of that time, the calls aren't answered. The children have never, ever called me. I don't know if they have access, but they're fearful to call me.
Objection calls for speculation.
Same.
Well, ma'am, in the 15 months that this case has been pending before the court, how many times have the children called you when they're with their dad?
0 that I recall.
And do you believe that's because they just don't like you?
No.
Now, we recently had a snowstorm freeze. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And who were the children with during the freeze?
They were with me part of the time, and then they went to their dad's the last weekend of that, I believe.
And did you reach out to Mr. Q during the freeze to check on the children?
I did.
And how did you reach out to him?
I tried to call, I checked children's tablets to try to ping their tablets. I emailed, I texted, I tried to call the apartment complex. I tried everything I could think of.
Did Mr. Q ever respond to you during that time?
No, he did not.
Do you know? Well, how did you eventually find out how your children were?
I did.
And how did you find out?
I found out. I made the decision to do a well check on them through the Houston Police Department. After the children were picked up from my house, the roads were icy. It was cold. I could not get a hold of them, and I had to make sure that they had arrived where they were supposed to go safely. And so I called the police, had them check on the children to make sure they were where they were supposed to be.
Now, did you call Mr. Q or attempt to call Mr. Q before you called the police?
Multiple times.
Approximately how many times?
At least 10.
How many times did he respond to you and let you know that the children were okay?
0.
Are you asking the court to order you guys to communicate through our family wizard?
Yes.
You believe that that's in your children's best interest?
Yes, I do.
Now, with regard to did you eventually find out that the children were okay?
I did eventually find out. The police called me back approximately 10 p.m. that night. I think I called around 8:30, 9-ish, something like that.
Did Mr. Q ever return any of your messages about during that period of time?
During that period of time, no. The first response I got was from the police department.
At some point, was the power and water restored to your home?
Yes, it was the day before the kids left. We had everything restored, water, gas, and electric.
Did you reach out to Mr. Q during that period of time and talk to him about the circumstances at his apartment?
I did. I questioned if he had the utilities, what the situation was like, and if he wanted to maybe if he didn't have the things to provide to the kids, if he wanted to take another couple of days some other place and we could kind of flip-flop so the kids weren't sitting in the dark and the cold, or without, water, things like that. I was trying to negotiate so the kids had what they needed.
How did he respond?
He was hostile and said, "Of course I'm going to take care of the kids. How dare you question me?" And I never got an exact answer, besides just the anger that was thrown back at me for asking that question.
Is this the type of communication that you've received from Mr. Q during the pendency of this case?
All the time.
You heard Ms. Lefevre say in her opening statement that you started dating other men. Did you hear her say that?
I heard her say that.
Now, at some point during this separation, did you start dating other people?
I did.
And approximately when was that?
It was approximately July of last year.
So July of 2020?
Yes.
And who was this gentleman?
I just went, I met different people and it was just casual dating. My kids were gone for an entire month and I was working as a nanny and talked to my friends and it was just a casual thing.
Now, you heard Ms. Lefevre in her opening statement say that you didn't have any money.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I did hear that, yes.
Okay. But then you heard her say that you spent community money on a boyfriend. Did you hear her say that?
I did hear that.
Ma'am, did you spend any money on a boyfriend or a boyfriend's family?
No.
Do you have any idea what she may have been referencing about you spending community money on a boyfriend or a boyfriend's family?
I have no idea.
Were there any boyfriends that you spent money on?
No.
Now, other than just briefly, what were the arrangements for payment of the bills at the community home for the last 15 months, or I guess since January of 2020?
The arrangements were he was delegated certain things, I was delegated certain things, and
Okay.
it's so do you want me to name the exact? Okay,
what bills did you pay?
I pay the internet bill at the house.
Okay. And what bills did Mr. Q pay?
He was responsible for the electric, the gas, and the water bill. Oh, and I also pay the lawn bill. I'm sorry, I don't think that was on there.
So you pay the lawn and the electric?
That's the lawn and the internet.
I'm sorry, lawn and the internet?
Yes.
And what does Mr. Q pay?
He pays the electric, the gas, and the water, and HOA,
Okay.
and the mortgage.
And does he pay the mortgage?
No, he has not been paying the mortgage.
Well, let me ask it this way. Was he ordered to pay
He
the
was
mortgage?
ordered to pay the mortgage, yes.
And do you know when the last time was that he made a mortgage payment?
I believe it was 2-3 weeks ago.
And do you know how much he paid?
It was $9,000.
Do you know where he would have gotten the $9,000? Or do you know how far the home was behind when he made that $9,000 payment?
It was approximately 6 months behind and close to foreclosure.
Do you know where he obtained the $9,000 to make that payment?
I do not.
during the course of your marriage, or for how long has Mr. Q worked for his current employer?
He's been with the employer possibly 6-7 years.
And during the course of your marriage, did he receive any bonuses that you are aware of?
He did. Normally he would receive his bonuses in December, around or the same time as his check, his typical paycheck. But it would be separate.
Are you aware of whether or not he received a bonus last year?
I am not aware.
Has he given you any indication that he received a bonus last year?
I'm assuming he did not, considering the motions that were filed, but I can't speak to that.
Okay. Now, prior to, well, when did you stop working at the Methodist?
The day school.
Day school.
I worked with the Methodist Day School through the end of the school year, so May of 2020, and then I started my new job in August of 2020.
What did you do, or did you do anything for income in June and July of 2020?
I worked as a nanny. I got on care.com and I worked as a nanny full time. Anytime my children were gone, I would be nannying for a family, or I did overnight nannying for a lady in our neighborhood who travels for work. When he had done Thursday overnights, I would do that. And I take in extra kids, things like that.
Did you hear Ms. Lefevre say in her opening statement that you haven't made any efforts to find a better job?
I did.
Is that true?
That is not true.
What efforts have you made to find a way to support yourself while this case is pending?
I have taken on multiple extra children, either into my home. I've nannied. I'm getting my teaching certificate to improve my income next year. I cut costs wherever I can. I have tried to manage my money properly. I have basically any extra time that I have, I'm trying to make money or work or better myself that way. So, yeah.
During the marriage, prior to the separation, what was your role?
My role was I was a stay-at-home mom for the most part.
And did you take care of the kids?
I did.
You're breaking up. I'm sorry. Did you object? Did
No.
she object?
No, she did.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm on Ethernet now, so I shouldn't be breaking up at all.
Okay, I thought I heard something pop up. I apologize. And as a result of staying at home with the kids, did that put you behind on your career goals?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, what is the status of your career goals as we sit here today?
I am just at the very beginning of my career. I'm getting into, I'm just starting and just doing the best that I can with the situation that I'm in.
You're aware that Mr. Q you're aware of the bankruptcy, is that correct?
I am.
And do you know where the debt comes from that makes up the majority of what's owed on the bankruptcy?
The debt is only credit card debt. The house or car payments are not included in that. It is just credit card debt.
And are you included in the bankruptcy any longer?
I am not. I severed myself when we were filing the stay, and my attorneys for the bankruptcy have withdrawn me from that, so I could improve my credit and move forward with my finances.
Now, who was responsible for accumulating that debt that makes up the bankruptcy?
The majority of the debt was accumulated by him.
And when you say him, who are you talking about?
By Alan.
And how do you know that?
when we went to testify for the bankruptcy at the court, they asked why we were in this bankruptcy and what had happened, and he
Objection hearsay.
Sustained as to what they asked.
I'm sorry. Don't tell us what they asked. What did Mr. Q,
okay.
what was Mr. Q's explanation?
Okay, I'm sorry. He specifically said he had grown up poor and he never learned how to manage money, and he had mismanaged the money, which is why we were in bankruptcy.
Well, have there been incidents of this type of mismanagement during the marriage that you can recall?
Yes.
And is there one in particular that was fairly recent?
The mortgage was
Objection leading.
Overruled. It is, but I'll allow it.
Well,
Was there one that was recent?
was there an incident that was recent? Or what's the last incident of this type of mismanagement that you can recall?
well, there's every single bill is late or close to being cut off.
Objection time frame.
The entire 2020, 2021, everything has been late, basically 90%.
When is the last time that you're aware of Mr. Q receiving a bonus?
I believe he received one recently due to that $9,000 mortgage payment out of the blue.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
Were there any that were that you're aware of that were received prior to the separation?
Any mortgage
Any,
payment?
I'm sorry, any bonuses?
Any bonuses prior to our separation? The last one I know of was December of 2019.
Okay. And do you know how much he got?
It was approximately $40,000 to $50,000.
Okay. And do you know what he did with those funds?
He wasted them.
What was the status of the bills at that time, if you know?
I had been paying everything and making sure everything was on time up through November. Once I filed divorce, he changed all the bank accounts and I did not have access to pay anything anymore or access to the house.
So did you ever receive anything that told you what happened to that $40,000 or $50,000?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer that question.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
That's
Sorry.
okay.
Through the course of the trials, all the trials and the orders and motions, etc., I've had to go through line by line his finances and look at these things. And there was over $16,000 spent in January of 2020 alone.
And do you know what that money was spent on?
There were a lot of video games, tablets, laser tag, things like that.
Okay. And
Entertainment expenses, I would say.
is that also part of the money that was used that Ms. Lefevre spoke of in terms of attorney's fees?
No, I don't think anything was spent on attorney's fees at that point.
Okay. So do you know where the rest of the money went?
It was just wasted.
Okay. So is that you don't know?
No, I do know. It was wasted. It was not put into the house. It was not put into the extracurriculars. It was not put into the bankruptcy.
Objection narrative.
Sustained.
Well, do you know what it was put into?
Fun, frivolous items, I believe. I know.
Objection non-responsive and
Overruled.
vague.
Did you receive any of those funds yourself personally in a lump sum?
No.
Now, Judge, are we gonna, just so I have an idea, are we gonna go past 12 or?
Well, I was just in about a minute or two going to ask you the next time you transition to a new topic, let me know because we're going to break for lunch. Typically we break until 1:30, but today, because I got a late start, we're going to break for lunch from 12 to 1. We'll resume at 1 o'clock. So if you're at a point where you're about to transition to a new topic, we'll go ahead and break now.
Yes, sir. That'd be great.
All right.
Back at 1, Judge.
Everybody's excused. We will be back at 1 o'clock.
Okay. And do we log out and then you just log back in?
You can log out, you can cut your video, whatever you want to do, but you can just log back in at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I thought my microphone messed up. Let me hit mute now.
Okay, the court's back of the record in cause number 19 DCV 268181. We're going to resume with the direct examination of the petitioner by Mr. Mahoney. Mr. Mahoney, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Q, did you hear Ms. LaFever in her opening statement talk about how you had alienated the children?
Yes.
And do you-
Objection, Your Honor, calls from or mischaracterizes my opening statement.
Overall, I'll allow you to cross-examine on it. You may continue, Mr. Mahoney.
Ma'am, do you know what it means to alienate the children?
Yes, I do.
And what does it mean to you?
It means to cause someone to not have contact or be withdrawn from another person for no specific reason and to keep them away at a distance.
Okay, speak louder because I can barely hear you.
Okay, I'm
But do you feel like you have participated in conduct during this process that has alienated the children from their father?
No,
And do you feel like Mr. Q has reciprocated in that regard?
no, I do not.
What actions, if any, have you seen on Mr. Q's part that you believe has been detrimental to your relationship with the children?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
What is it? Okay. I believe that when they go with him, they are cut off from contact with me. They're put in positions. Let's see, how can I say this? They're made to feel not open to speak with me, like.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, what actions, if any, on the part of the children have given you that impression?
The children have told me things. They
Objection,
have
hearsay.
acted in certain ways.
Hang on.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained as to anything the children said.
She's breaking up, Miss LaFever's breaking up, so I only see her move. So it's kind of hard for us to.
She objected to hearsay. The hearsay was sustained because I was afraid Ms. Q might be going into what the children told her.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, don't tell me what you're going to say, just observations.
Okay. The children have been fearful of me. They have, the first time I saw my oldest son, who I have been a stay-at-home mom almost their entire life, after I was removed from the house in November, when I saw my oldest son, I went to have lunch with him at school in December. He was literally shaking and cowering in the corner, fearful of me. They have become fearful of neighbors. Once I was put back in the house, all the windows were covered, closed. When the doorbell would ring, they would run and hide under the bed. They will not walk around the house by themselves. I have to walk them. They're fearful of everything around them. We live in a very safe neighborhood that we've never raised them to be fearful like this. And it's just out of character for how they've been raised. They're scared and anxious, and it's taken a lot of therapy.
Objection narrative.
To
Sustained.
Ma'am, at the time of the separation, was there an issue with the sleeping arrangements?
The kids were sleeping with him on a mattress on the floor next to our bed. I was sleeping in the guest bed, and he was keeping them in that room with him on the floor.
And did he ever tell you why? Or when you say he, you're talking about Mr. Q?
Alan, yes.
And did he tell you why he was sleeping on the floor with the children?
He told me he was never going to sleep in the bed again, because, you know, we were separating, and he never explained sleeping with the children, but it was a control.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, when Mr. Q filed the protective order and had you removed from the home, that was in November of 2019, correct?
That's correct.
And how long did you go without seeing the children?
17 days.
And did you reach out to Mr. Q at any point during that time and try to set up some access to the children?
Yes.
And do you recall what his response was?
It was never cooperative, and it was hostile, and he informed the kids that I was not in a situation where I could be their mother.
Objection hearsay.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Sorry.
don't tell us what they told you, but
Okay.
did you hear him say that?
I did not hear him say that.
Okay. Were you available for the kids at that time?
Yes.
Now, I want to show you what's been. Judge, I'm sorry. Respondents, I think it's actually 34. It's marked 43, but I think it may be backwards. But I show 34 as being admitted, Judge. Is that true? I just want to make sure before I publish.
34. I do not show that as being admitted. It wasn't checked on my exhibit list, but are you stipulating to R34?
I am,
Mr.
Judge. I'll
Mahoney?
stipulate to R34 at this time.
All right, you offering R34 this time, Ms. LaFever?
Mr. Mahoney's welcome to do it, but sure, Your Honor, I'll offer R34.
R34 is admitted.
Now, ma'am, I'm going to show you. If I can get it to open. May I share screen, Judge?
You may. And I'm just looking at just so the lawyers know, the exhibits that I downloaded from Dropbox, or my court reporter did, and I go from R33 to R35. So
Yeah, Your Honor,
I've got
I
an issue. don't see-
apologize. The file name is R43. It is actually labeled R34. That was my mistake.
I think she was
Gotcha,
trying to
thank
trick
you.
us, Judge, but we caught her.
Great job,
to
Ms.
sneak that one
Levine.
by.
Ma'am, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as respondents or R34. And do you see that email there in front of you? Is it on your screen?
It's on my screen.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, is that an email from Mr. Q to you?
Yes, it is.
And without reading it to us, what is what is the request in the email?
It's to spend more time with the kids instead of them having a babysitter.
And was this a request that Mr. Q made of you on occasion during the last 15 months?
To spend more time with the children?
Yes.
Or, yes.
Well, we know at least.
That yes, but I mean, can you ask the question again? Sorry.
Okay, no, that's okay. So, other than this email, were there other times when Mr. Q made this request of you?
Yes.
And were there times when you honored the request?
Yes.
Were there times when you didn't?
Yes.
Just by way of example, if you didn't, what would be a reason why you wouldn't?
It would be due to the children's either school schedules, homework schedules, if they had something going on that the current schedule wouldn't work with their obligations, I guess, as far as schooling.
Okay. And do you recall, well, were there times when you had a babysitter and left the children with the babysitter?
Yes.
Ma'am, is there anything wrong with that?
I don't believe so.
And were there times when you left the children with the babysitter and went out with some friends?
The majority of the time I'll leave the children with a babysitter, it's because of work or court.
Objection.
They're with a
non-responsive.
babysitter. They're with a babysitter right now. Oh, sorry.
Hang
Hold
on.
on, hold on, Ms. Q. What was the objection, Ms. LaFever?
It was non-responsive to Mr. Mahoney's question.
Sustained.
Were there times in the last 15 months that you left the children with the babysitter and went out with some friends?
Yes.
Is there anything wrong with that?
No.
So, ma'am, do you know of any times over the last year and a half, can you recall any times where Mr. Q reached out to you during his periods of possession to watch the children?
Never.
Do you believe that it is better for you guys to be able to work together during your periods of possession?
If that was, yeah, if that was possible with the communication.
Okay. Well, what do you believe needs to happen in order to get to a place where that's possible?
I believe the communication needs to be more open. And I believe that it's hard to say.
Well, I mean, is
In
the
the right-
communication open between you and Mr. Q, in your opinion?
No, it is not. It's hostile.
Okay. When you say it's hostile, what does that mean?
It is attacking any questions I have about the kids, any recommendations from therapists, doctors, etc. It's met with the complete opposite actions. Any sort of COVID issues, it's been the opposite action of anything I suggest or request, or it's just a hostile communication from him towards me. And it's hard to co-parent when someone is so angry.
Well, ma'am, are you telling the court that you've been perfect through this entire process?
Not at all.
Have you made some mistakes?
Of course. Yes.
Would you do some things different if you were to start over?
100%.
Is it your hope that going forward, you and Mr. Q can try to co-parent?
Yes.
Do you believe that that would be better for the children?
Yes.
Now, with regard to, well, over the last 15 months, have there been any major medical events that have affected the children?
There have been major medical events.
Okay, let's start with the first one you can remember.
Okay. The most major, I think, that affected us all as a family was my middle son was having a very difficult time with the divorce, and the way things kind of transpired from the time I filed through being back in the house, and he became suicidal. He tried to stab me. He loves animals. He's an environmentalist, and he kicked our cat, our family cat. He has attacked me while I'm driving. He's tried to jump out of the car. when we're driving on the highway, he's,
Responsive, objection narrative.
oh,
Okay.
Same.
Let's start with who are we talking about? Who's
this
he?
is Kale, and he's the middle child. He's 9 now. This started.
Okay. And did you seek any type of help for Kale?
I did. We had been attending therapy as soon as I had the temporary orders. We began as soon as possible. We went through intensive therapy with, I'll just speak specifically about him right now. And one night it just got to be where it was very dangerous, and the ambulance.
Hold on.
Sorry.
Tell us when you're talking about.
This was March of 2020.
Okay. And what happened?
That night, he was pulling out knives. He was trying to smash his head into the wall. He was biting me. He threw a hammer at me. And I sent the other 2 children to our neighbor's house, and this was late at night, and drove Kale to an emergency facility. I had contacted his therapist saying, what do I do? How do I proceed with this? She told me to take him to the emergency room. I went, and they didn't have the proper staff for youth psychiatric help there. So we had to move him via ambulance from there to a facility in Sugar Land.
Right. Did you move him to the facility in Sugar Land?
I did move him to this facility, and while I was driving, I was contacting Alan, letting him know we're taking Kale to the hospital. I will call you once we get him situated, and I was giving him kind of a summary while I was, handling all the other things.
Did you let his dad know what was going on?
I did.
Did his dad come up to the hospital?
I had asked, he said he's coming to the hospital, and due to the restraining order and the fear that I have in those situations, I said, let me get him settled. Let me get Kale settled into the room. And once I get him settled, I will step out, and Alan could come into the room and see Kale.
Okay. And did that happen?
That did not happen.
So what happened?
What happened was I had requested for them to let me know when he was there, and I turned around. We were barely into the room and still trying to get everyone situated, or Kale and the thing situated. And Alan walked back through the security doors and was smiling and happy and just
Objection
there.
narrative.
Did they
He was
make
just, what was the last part?
you walk back to
He walked back, and he was just very close to me.
when Kale was discharged from the hospital? Don't tell us what anyone said, but were there recommendations made?
Yes.
Did you follow those recommendations?
Yes.
Was Mr. Q involved in those in following those recommendations?
He was made aware of the recommendations. I sent him all the paperwork. As far as the procedures moving forward, he was not.
What type of aftercare was taken for Kale?
We had intensive therapy, play therapy. We had medication suggestions. We had counseling, and I'm trying to think what else. There was a lot of counseling that us as parents were supposed to come to learn how to manage these emotions that were happening.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Q make any of these counseling sessions?
Not that I am aware of.
How is Kale doing as we sit here today?
Kale has come so far. We're still not in a very good place. There's a lot of anger and confusion, but it is not to the dangerous point that we were at last year, where he's attacking or hurting himself or hurting other people or destroying property.
Is Kale still seeing his therapist?
He does see his therapist. We have not seen her in a while due to the COVID and scheduling, things like that. But he is still, he has not been discharged from her, I guess. She's discharged the other 2 children, but
Okay.
he's still
And
her patient.
are any of the other children in therapy?
They are not currently in therapy right now.
Now, have there been any other medical events that were significant over the last 15 months?
The only other medical issue that I can recall is there was a COVID, I don't even know what to call it, honestly. Kale had allergies one day and had a headache. He went into Alan's possession. We had agreed to go get him, I think it was tested for, or go to the pediatrician or something like that. I got a call at 10 a.m. the next morning from the school. The other 2 kids were not in school. They had not been returned to school. So this was my possession period. And I was trying to find out where the kids were, what they were doing. And Alan claimed they were going to go get all 3 get COVID testing. I gave him the information to the pediatrician, etc. He decides to drive to Spring, get them tested. He got the wrong test, had to go back the next day, get another test, then did not give me the results of the test. And then
Objection narrative.
Did Mr. Q tell you before he went and got the kids tested?
I do not recall. Yes, he did tell me. He did tell me. You know what? I don't recall. I'll have to look.
Did he provide you with the results of the testing?
No.
Did you ask him for them?
Yes.
And what was his response?
He did not respond. He responded with a roundabout non-answer. And I said, since they're in your possession, if you would like to keep them for COVID, since until we get their results back, then I can go back to work and he could keep them home with him. He said, no, I'm dropping them back off with you, which meant I had to, again, not go to work. And I was scrambling to get these kids' test results to get them back into school. And I worked with the school nurse and I worked with the place that he sent them.
All right, slow down.
Sorry.
Did he tell you where he had taken them?
He told me I think he told me the first place, but then he had gotten a second test. So I don't think he came back when I asked him where he went the second time. There was a lot of confusion and not much information.
Did you feel like Mr. Q was forthcoming with the information?
No.
And who did that hurt?
The children. They can't go back to school until we have this information. They're stuck at home.
Now,
and also myself, I can't go to work.
Now, with regard to the communication between the two of you, do you believe that you guys can make joint decisions at this point?
No. No.
Do you believe that it's important that you consult with him before you make decisions?
Yes.
Now, let's go. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as May I publish, Judge? Petitioners number 1.
Hey, anything that's in evidence you may publish, just let me know if it's something that's got confidential information in it.
And Judge, this one just has last 4 of the socials, of the account numbers, so I think we're okay there. Now, ma'am, this is your sworn inventory and appraisement that's been admitted into evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This is also the manner that you're asking the court to divide the property?
That's correct.
Now, let's talk first about the house. Do you know how much the house note is on a monthly basis? Right now?
Right now, I believe it is about 25 to 2,600.
Are you able to make the house note on a monthly basis right now?
No,
Do you know how much, or do you know if it's current right now?
I do not know if it's current. I know there was a payment of the 9,000, but I don't know if it's current.
Now, are you asking the court to award you the house?
Yes.
What is your plan for paying the house note if the court awards you the house?
My plan is, since I am withdrawn from the bankruptcy, they have a forbearance program right now, and I've spoken in depth with the mortgage company that would hold off mortgage payments for a few months and add it on to the end. Also coming back in, there's refinancing available, as well as the property insurance went up last year immensely, which is the increase, which, you know, that's the reason for the increase. It was around 1,800 was the house payment. And I sent this information to Alan, and he refused to change anything and continue to pay the higher price.
Objection narrative.
Sustained.
Have you looked into refinancing?
Yes,
And is that something that you would consider or that you would try to get done if in fact you were awarded the house?
yes. And I received quotes from insurance as well.
Okay. Now, looking at these bank accounts, you have one checking account, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, then it looks like Mr. Q has one checking account or has one account there, the Chase. Is that right?
Yes. Sorry.
Now, all these USAA accounts that have these small amounts, what are these accounts?
These are just the accounts that were children's accounts that have kind of just been, they're just sitting there, so they don't close out, but
Okay.
they're just,
The 401k, that's through Mr. Q's employer.
that's correct.
And then what is the stash account?
The stash, it's an investment account, and I give my children an allowance weekly and let them kind of pick and choose different stocks and show them how they can grow or lose money. And just, it's money management that I do with them, and to kind of save their money and also just learn financial, responsibility. So that's that. Some of it is mine and some of it is theirs.
Now, the Mitsubishi Outlander, that's your vehicle?
Yes,
And what year model is that?
that's a 2010.
Nissan Titan is the vehicle that Mr. Q drives?
Yes.
And then tell us about the 1982 Chevrolet Corvette.
That is a Corvette he purchased back. It was right after high school, I think, and it does not run. It just kind of has been drug along with us, or we paid for storage for it. Just as we move, there's been no work done on it, or
Do you want anything to do with it?
no.
Okay. You're asking the court to award each of you the personal property in your respective possessions?
Yes.
Now, let's go to the debts. What is the debt owed to Joel Nass?
That's my attorney bill for the past 2 years.
Okay, and is that a debt that you're going to be responsible for when this case is over with?
Yes.
What is the HOA bill next?
That's a yearly fee that goes towards our homeowner association.
Okay, and who was ordered to pay that in the temporary orders?
That was Alan is supposed to pay that.
Okay, these credit cards here, whose credit cards are those?
Those all are mine.
And then this is the amount still owing on the Chapter 13?
That's correct.
Do you believe that the way that you have it set out on this proposed property division is fair and equitable, both you and Mr. Q?
Yes.
You're asking the court to divide the property in that manner?
Yes.
Now, moving to well, let's look at your financial information statement. I'll show you what's been admitted as petitioner's number 2. You see that document?
Yes.
Is this the financial information statement that sets out an estimate of your monthly expenses?
Yes.
Are these expenses set or do they fluctuate sometimes?
They fluctuate. Yes, they fluctuate.
Okay, well, let's start with your income. Okay, where's the 1420?
That's from my job with the Fort Bend ISD.
Okay, and now you said that your salary you testified earlier was 25,000, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And is that taken out over, or is that paid over a 12-month period, or what period of time?
It's paid over, I believe, 9 months. The months we're in school and we're working, that's what that is.
Okay. And then that's the net, that's what you bring home?
Yes.
Okay, what's the $150?
That's for the extra, either children I take in, extra jobs I do, things like that through the month.
Okay, and then what's the $2,300?
That was I believe, the child support.
Okay. What's the health insurance situation with the children as we sit here today?
The health insurance is paid for by Alan through his job, and I have my own health insurance through my job.
Now, moving down to your monthly expenses, you see your house payment, $958.
Yes.
Okay, how did you come up with that number?
That is, I have spoken with the mortgage company and had them give me estimates based on, our situation right now. So as things change, I mean, I can't say that's like a definite quote, but that's what they kind of walked me through. It would look like.
Okay, utilities and telephone, what is that for?
The utilities and telephone, that's probably, let's see, that was combined from, I have my cell phone bill, I guess, water, gas, electric.
Is that just your
and
monthly
Yeah.
living expenses?
Yeah, that's just the utilities.
Okay, food at $1,000, is that for everybody or is that just for you?
No, that's a grocery shopping for all of us for the month.
Okay, and if we go through each and every one of those expenses, are those roughly your monthly expenses that you incur for you and the children?
That's correct.
Now, that has your total expenses average on a monthly basis of $39.38. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, how are you going to pay $39.38 with that income?
Well, my income is going to increase next year significantly. And so that's,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's pretty close, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. But are you going to have to tighten your budget there to make it through for the time being?
Yeah. Oh, yes. And I was going to say that, and the forbearance, if I take the forbearance program, that gives me several months to get a savings for, moving forward properly.
Okay. Do you think you can make it with the children?
Yes, I do.
Let me show you. I think I have to unshare. Let me show you what's been admitted as petitioners number 3. And without going through each and every one of these, is this basically what you're asking for from the court?
Yes.
And do you believe that these requests are in the best interest of your children?
Yes, I do.
And do you believe that this property division is fair and equitable, both you and Mr. Q?
Yes, I do.
Now, are you ready for this case to be over with, or did you want to spend another 15 or 16 months in it?
I do not want to spend any more time. I do not want to spend any more money. I would like to be finished.
Now, there was some talk about you and this wasted money on a boyfriend. Do you remember that?
I remember her saying that.
Okay. Did you waste any? Let's start with a boyfriend's family. Did you waste any money on a boyfriend's family?
No.
Have you wasted any money on a boyfriend?
No.
Have you taken any trips in the last year?
Yes.
And where did you go?
I took my children to the Grand Canyon over Thanksgiving for my son's birthday and Thanksgiving break. And then I went to Mexico when the children were with Alan over Christmas break.
Did you pay for who paid for the trip to Mexico?
It was a gift for my birthday from a friend.
Okay, who'd you go to Mexico with?
A friend of mine.
Objection non-responsive.
Oh,
Overruled.
Who was the friend?
like, do you want like a name or like?
Yes.
Oh,
What's his
okay.
name?
His name is Axel.
And is this, you heard Ms. Lefevre talk about you had started dating people, or I think you testified you started dating people in July of last year?
Yes.
And was this one of those persons?
Yes.
Now, did you spend a bunch of Mr. Q's money when you went to Mexico?
No.
Ma'am, your attorneys, or do you recall approximately when your attorneys withdrew Ms. Hoff and Mr. Nass from representing you?
It was November, about the third week of November
2020?
2020,
Okay,
right before I went on vacation.
okay. And at that time, did you reach out to Mr. Q and try to resolve this case?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Well, ma'am, what did you do with regard to the case at that time?
I have consistently asked him if we could go to mediation, what he wanted out of this, how we could negotiate, with no.
What did
feedback.
he tell you, or did he respond?
He does not respond. In late 2020, he has not responded to any of those questions.
As a result, did you hire another attorney to represent you in this trial?
Yes, I did.
And are you asking the court to order Mr. Q to pay your attorney's fees that you've incurred for the trial of this case?
Yes.
Do you believe that this case should have been or could have been resolved short of that?
Yes.
Are you trying to cut Mr. Q out of the lives of the children?
No.
You believe that you should be the sole managing conservator without a geographic restriction where you can move to wherever you want to move to?
Yes.
You think that you should just move away from Mr. Q?
No.
Did you know that that's what he's asking for?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
No.
Now, ma'am, have you filed your 2020 taxes yet?
I have not.
Okay. Well, did you provide a copy of your 2020 W-2 to
Yes.
Ms. Lefevre?
Yes, I did.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to pass the witness.
LaFever, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Okay. All right, Ms. Koo. So this case has been going on for 15 months. You received a letter from my office in January of this year requesting you to supplement your bank statements and pay stubs. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you have not done so. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, you haven't provided any updated documents to my office since March of 2020 with regard to anything related to discovery of this case. Isn't that correct?
That's not correct.
With the exception of the notification of your new job. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
What is it you believe that you have supplemented to my office since March of 2020?
I have supplemented all the financial information to my prior attorneys up until I think it was either October or November.
So it would surprise you that you have not, there have been no documents provided to my office.
Judge, I'm not real sure how to handle this, Judge. Ms. LaFever missed a deadline to supplement. I agreed that it was no big deal. But if this is really how we're going to try this case, then I'm going to withdraw my agreement that supplementation was no big deal. I'm not sure what the relevance is of this.
I'll get to my point. I'll get to my point.
Well, I'm going to allow the relevance since there's a request to have attorney's fees paid for the trial of the case. So I'm going to allow her to go into why the case may not have settled since that was kind of dealt with on direct. So
okay.
Objections overruled. You may continue.
So Ms. Koo, you have not provided any evidence of your spending for the last year. Isn't that correct?
That's not correct. I submitted certain things to my prior attorneys.
So
what they requested of me. I can't remember exactly, but
nothing has been produced with regard to any of your spending.
Judge, again, I'm going to object. That assumes facts not in evidence. That she's testified she produced it to her lawyers.
Overruled.
And you testified that your income was $25,000 a year. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That's your gross?
That's from the Fort Bend ISD. Yes. Mhm.
Okay. And have you provided any pay stubs that would explain the deductions that are being taken out of that that income?
I believe there were, I'm trying to think, and if I submitted them, because I think I was on 90-day, probation or something before they start deducting anything. So if I submitted that, I started in August or November. So if I submitted them in September, I don't know if those deductions would be taken out yet, but.
So then let's go through, what are your deductions that take out almost $600 per paycheck?
Well, my taxes and things like that. And then I pay for my medical.
Judge, that's a mischaracterization. I'm going to object. The $600 per paycheck, that's a mischaracterization of the evidence. Her own exhibit shows it's $1,000 per check. If she gets $740, that's $300. That'd be $600 a month, not $600 per check.
$600 a month. So, Ms. Koo, what are the deductions that are being withheld from your paycheck each month?
I have health insurance.
How much is your health insurance?
It's approximately per month about $40 a month, I want to say.
Okay.
And I have a legal fee that was supposed to cover my legal things. But it's maybe $4 a month. And I think that's it on my deductions. I have dental too.
Okay.
And that's maybe $8 or $10 a month. Maybe less than that.
So your remaining deductions are all federal income withholding, Medicare.
Yes,
Security?
I don't have anything. I'm not putting anything into a 401k or anything like that.
Do you have life insurance through your employer?
I have it, but it's covered. It's not anything extra on top of that.
Okay.
So,
And this $150 a month,
mhm.
that is through,
That's-
you said extra kids you take in. Would you please explain how that works?
Yeah, it's either through like a Venmo or a PayPal, something like that. Or well, care.com uses the same thing. PayPal, Venmo, Zelle, all those things.
Okay, so
that's an average.
You get employed through care.com?
I have been employed through care.com. I have been employed privately through just neighborhood connections or people from church, things like that, babysitting, nannying. So.
Okay, and you said that the other income that you listed, $2,300, you said that's actually the child support?
That's the child support, yeah.
Mr. Koo, per the temporary orders, pays you $2,494.58. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So would you intend to amend that that number from 2,300 to the 2,494
Well, I
dollars?
think the 2,300, I think I got that because I added the last two that came in February. And it added up to the 2,300.
And I do you understand that Mr. Koo pays you per pay period and for child support?
Right, but it was asking for per month, so that's kind of why I was adding it out of February.
Okay. And so do you acknowledge that Mr. Koo actually gets paid for 26 pay periods a year rather than 24 twice a month? He gets paid every 2 weeks, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that would be 26 pay periods out of 52 weeks a year.
Okay, yes.
So the amount that you received in February would not actually be the monthly amount that you receive, but rather is based on per pay period. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that you discussed with lenders regarding a refinance that would get your mortgage to $958 a month. Is that correct?
Approximately, yes.
Is that include taxes, escrow, and insurance?
That does not. The taxes, insurance, et cetera, would be approximately 200 on top of that.
So you're telling the court that you would be able to reduce your mortgage by over $1,000 a month?
100% yes.
And what evidence have you provided with regard to that being the case?
I've spoken with the mortgage company multiple times. I've gotten quotes from property insurance. I've communicated this all to Alan starting last March, I believe, when it's the property insurance jumped up $600 or so
Objection
dollars a
non-responsive
month.
after I provided it. Okay, and how are you going to afford closing costs?
I mean, that's something we have to, I guess, discuss and with.
No objective call for speculation as to there would be any closing costs that wouldn't be rolled in.
And in talking to these mortgage companies, how much were closing costs being quoted at?
Jason, I'd call for hearsay.
Sustained.
So to date, you do not have a plan for covering closing costs or refinance. Is that correct?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence and it's mischaracterization of her testimony.
Sustain.
Okay, in your inventory, you have food at $1,000 a month.
Approximately, it
Also-
fluctuates.
You also list lunches and school supplies at $150. So how much of that 150 is lunches and how much of it is school supplies?
Let's say I mean, it's like $250 a lunch, so I don't have a calculator in front of me. I mean, probably lunches would be maybe 60% and then school supplies 40%. That's what I would guess offhand.
So
I could calculate it.
how much per semester do you pay for school supplies?
Per semester. Approximately $500, maybe less, a little less. And with COVID, things have changed, so it's not that I'm talking about a standard school year with the school supplies. Now we have all the technology and the different headphones and the other things, so there's just differences in how we're living right now. But I would say maybe 500 or less for all three kids per semester in a typical school year.
Okay. And so the remainder from there would be the cost for lunches on top of the $1,000 a month. Is that correct?
That's correct. And the $1,000 a month, that's for, household supplies, things like that as well. It's not just food. It's laundry detergent and those things.
Okay. So you say $150 a month for doctors, dentists, and drugs. So what is going on that there is $150 a month for doctors, dentists, and drugs?
We've had a lot of therapy to have to repair a lot of issues.
But you just testified that both children, both Sonora and Kai, are no longer seeing a therapist and that Kale hasn't seen a therapist due to COVID. So when was the last time that Kale saw a therapist?
December.
Okay. And prior to that, when was the last time?
Multiple times in December, November, October, every single month up until about January.
Okay. So do you communicate to Mr. Q every time that there's an appointment for a therapist?
I have given him all the information. I'm trying to remember.
Objection non-responsive.
Okay.
In December, did you tell him about each appointment in December?
Yes, I did.
How did you inform him that there were appointments in December?
I have informed him via email
And was that before or after the appointment?
before.
Okay. And how many times in December did Kale see a therapist?
2, I believe.
Okay. And who is the therapist?
Miss Ratasha Taylor.
How does he see the therapist?
After COVID, it's been via Zoom.
Okay. So each of his
Before, he has
appointments.
seen her in person.
Okay. How much does she cost per appointment?
She costs approximately $60 per appointment, and we are splitting that half and half between Alan and I at this point.
Okay.
Which does, yeah.
So $60 per appointment, it's $120 per month. So what are the additional $30 a month for doctor, dentist, and drugs?
Well, some months we have dentist appointments where I think last year we paid $1,000 because they weren't on a dental in plan yet. Then we have, they're children, so there's all different kind of things. There's, oh my gosh, I'm struggling here. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Can you ask the question again?
Sure. So we just established that Kale seeing Ratasha Taylor twice a month at $60 an appointment is $120.
Okay.
So now from there, you're paying half of that. So we're back down to $60. So where is the additional $90 of this $150 on your financial information statement? Where does that money come from?
There's, and this, the 150 is just average, taken like into account medical expenses for all the kids throughout, because some months it could be much more, some months it could be less. So some of the medical things that children need are allergy pills, lots and lots of masks, lots of hand sanitizer. They have doctor's appointments. They get colds. They have strep throat and need antibiotics. I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of things that kids need that they can just get sick and
Ms. Koo, I totally understand. I'm just trying to find out where you came up with the extra $90 that you put on your on your financial information statement. How did you come up with that number to present that to the court?
I think it's been asked and answered. She said it's an average, and she just listed about 12 things.
Christine, I think I've heard how her brain worked on coming up with that number.
Okay. Now you mentioned $200 for insurance premiums. Can you explain what insurance premiums those are and how that's broken out?
I'll need to look at the sheet again, if you don't mind.
I can publish since it's been admitted. If I can remember how to do this, because I'm a fool. Okay, hold on. We go here. Share screen. Okay, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm going to go to the top just so that you can see that this is in fact the document that was provided by your lawyer.
Okay.
And so we are here looking at insurance premiums, $200. So you mentioned that you provide your own health insurance at $40 a month. What is the remainder of that $200 as far as insurance premiums?
That is actually, that's the $200 that would be added onto the house payment for the home insurance. That would be like the cost on top of the mortgage. So
Okay.
instead of what's being, yeah, that's what that 200 is.
Okay. So then you said $75 a month for gas and oil.
Approximately.
Okay. And you have no car payments?
I have no car payments.
Okay. And you have $75 a month for car repairs and maintenance?
Ish. I mean, when something happens, it's usually pretty costly. So I just kind of average out per month around there.
So what did you say pretty costly? How often does something happen?
They're going to object that call for speculation.
Christine,
What did you use?
you can ask her about.
What did you use?
I had a car repair last year. It was one car repair, and it was approximately $1,100 for the repair, and so that's kind of an average, if you know, of throughout the year, I guess monthly.
Okay.
That would be.
And what was that repair?
It was I don't recall.
Okay. And in the prior years, had you had $1,100 worth of work each year on that vehicle?
It's fluctuated through the years.
Okay. So $1,100 would have been on the high end. Is that correct?
I would say over the span of the life of the car, it's probably average.
Okay. Childcare and tuition, it's $300 a month for the children to attend school at Methodist. Is that correct?
No, they're all in Leonetti right now. This is for extra childcare. If I have work situations, a lot of times they will be exposed to COVID. I'll get called home from work. I have to go, they have to quarantine for 14 days. And then if I can go back to work, I have to manage, you know, the childcare on top of working. And so that's what those costs are for.
Okay, so how is that? What is Leonetti?
Leonetti is the elementary school. It's public elementary school.
Okay,
Our
so do you
neighborhood.
pay this $300 every month?
No, this is for like, this would be childcare for not at a facility. It's if I need to bring someone into the home because I have to go to a teacher work day or something and the children are off school or things like that. That's what that's for. Sitters, basically. Like today, I have to pay a sitter to be with my children, and tomorrow I have to pay a sitter to be with my children all day because I'm in court again.
Okay. All right. And cleaning and laundry. Now, you mentioned that laundry was included in your $1,000 above. So what is the $50 a month then?
There are certain things that we dry clean. I mean, cleaning supplies, I don't know. I mean,
I'm just trying to figure out, because you said that those supplies were included in your 1,000.
I'm trying to think through without writing it all down where everything was delegated. So, that we have, like, let's say there's HEPA filters because the kids have seasonal allergies. And so filters like that go into the air filters in the house.
Okay.
Things like that, I guess I would say.
Okay. And then so last year you had $8,568.98 of income for the 4 months that you worked. Is that correct?
That's correct. We didn't start until I think a little bit later because of COVID, but yes, that's correct. That's correct. That's my W-2.
Okay. And so for those 4 months, you had $322.54 of income tax withheld and $124.25 of Medicare withheld.
Yes.
Has that changed since last year?
The withholdings, have
Yes.
have I changed my withholdings? No, I have not.
Okay. Now on this, it includes that you contributed $693.54 to TRS last year.
That is, that's, I am not paying anything. I have not designated to pay anything extra out of my check other than my health insurance and my dental and the legal that I talked about earlier. This, I don't know. I'll have to look into that.
Okay, so do
But
you know that
I'm not
teacher's
signed up
retirement
for,
system?
I think there's a lot of things that are automatic with the retirement with the teachers. And so I will look into that.
Okay, so do you understand that the TRS stands for Teachers Retirement System?
Yes.
Okay, and so that is actually a retirement account you've been paying into.
Right, but I'm not sure if it's a optional or a designated type. I'll have to look.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I know I have not designated to pay anything extra than the things I told you earlier. So I will check and I will look.
Okay, and you've also paid $437.66 into an S-125.
Honestly, I don't I will look into that.
Okay. And so you're not aware that you have effectively a health savings plan that you're paying money into?
Oh, the health savings plan, yes, but that's a pre-tax thing that started. When did that start? Well, it was supposed to start a certain time, and then I guess there were some computer issues. I don't know. There was a lot of confusion, but currently I do have a health savings pre-tax taken out of my check.
How much do you have in that health savings plan?
I don't recall.
Have you been using that health savings plan to pay for the kids' medical expenses?
No, I have not.
So if you worked 4 months through the end of the year and contributed $437.60 to that health savings plan, then can the court apply a ratio to that to consider what would have been contributed through 3 months, almost 4 months of this year as well? Would it be roughly double?
Judge, I'm going to object to it being almost 4 months. I think maybe almost 3 months.
That is for,
Sustained.
what was the question? Is it going to be double? Is it the same?
Can the court apply a ratio? If we were to divide this $437 by 4 months and then multiply that by 3 months, Mr. Honey is correct, 3 months of 2021, would that roughly give you an idea of what it is that you have in your health savings plan?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. You may answer that if you know.
I will have to look. I'm not sure.
Okay. And would something similar apply to the TRS, or do you not know that either?
That I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that TRS at all. I will look into it.
Okay. Who are the caregivers that you have been having provide for the children over the last year? Would you please give me names? Do you not know the names of the caregivers?
No, I do. I'm hesitant to answer.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. Just answer the question, ma'am.
I'm going to plead the fifth. I can't.
You can't plead the fifth.
I can't. I have to tell them the names.
Yeah.
I'm concerned about the safety of my sitters. They have been harassed in the past, and
Objection, narrative, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're going to answer the question. And the court, if the court feels there's some kind of danger, the court will address those kinds of issues, but you just need to answer the question that's asked.
okay. And you want the names of the babysitters or their caregivers?
Yes.
Okay. Our neighbor, Angela Igna. Man. Joycelyn Hogan. Logan Parton. Lisa Delacerda. Lauren Gifford now. No, Branch now. Sorry, she got a divorce.
Sorry, could you say that name again? Who is that?
Lauren, and last name is Branch. Sorry. That's all for now. That's all I can recall.
Is there anyone else that has watched the children without you present?
I don't recall.
Objection, no response. I mean, objection, ask and answer.
I didn't. I don't believe it was the same question, Your Honor.
She says that's all she can recall at this time, so I'm sustaining the objection.
Have you allowed the children to be supervised by any of your boyfriends without you present?
No.
Have the children met your boyfriends?
How many boyfriends? I don't have I don't know how to respond to that.
Have the children met Axel?
Yes.
Did the children meet John?
So I'm gonna object to the form. I mean, I don't know how she can identify who. I'm assuming there's 4 million Johns.
I don't think there are too many
Objection.
Johns that she dated, Your Honor.
Also speculation.
My children have never been left alone with anyone I've ever dated.
Hang on.
Wait for a second. There's an objection on the floor. The objection is sustained. If we can find out who John is before we get into whether or not the kids have been left alone with John.
The kids have not been left alone with any John.
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay. And in the last year, you've dated a man named Jason as well, correct?
I don't recall.
You don't recall dating a man named Jason?
No.
Okay. How many of the men that you have gone on dates with have the children met?
2.
Who is the other person besides Axel?
John.
Okay.
But
Does John,
they have
does
never
John have
been.
children?
Yes.
Does John stay at your house?
He's visited my house, not stayed at my house. I don't know. I don't know.
He hasn't stayed overnight with you while you've had the kids.
No.
How long did you date John?
I don't recall.
Are you still dating John?
It's complicated. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry.
So you're
I don't know how to answer these questions. I'm sorry. No, the kids have not been around. I do not bring men around the kids unless their kids play together, and my kids aren't.
Objection, no response.
Sustained.
okay.
Goodness.
Was there someone that was staying at your house last week?
Yes.
Who was that?
That is a Jason,
Okay.
but that is a family friend.
Okay. What was he doing at your house last week?
He brought his kids from Oklahoma and was staying with us for the entire week. I grew up with him since I was 3. He's basically like my brother.
You mentioned that you thought it was a problem that Mr. Koo was recording during the end of, or the beginning of the separation of your marriage. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
You stated earlier that you thought it was a problem that Mr. Koo was recording you in
Yes.
October and November of 2019.
That's correct.
And so is the reason you think it was a problem is because he was recording you drunk?
Judge, I'm gonna object. That assumes facts, not in evidence.
Your Honor, it has absolutely been admitted in the videos.
Judge,
Hold on. The objections overruled. You may answer that question, ma'am.
No, he recorded me 24/7, and it was not because I was drunk. It was because it's an invasion of my privacy. And he was-
Objection non-responsive after no.
Sustained after no.
You were really upset about him recording you because you didn't like getting caught on camera. Isn't that true?
No,
And you knew Mr. Koo was recording you and you still took your clothes off and got on top of him. Isn't that true?
yes,
And you called the police that night, didn't you, on
Yes.
November 21st, 2019? And you told the police that he had assaulted you. Isn't that true?
Objection assumes facts are not in evidence.
Overruled.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
You called the police and claimed that he had assaulted you. Isn't that true?
I don't recall.
Do you not recall because you were drunk that night?
No, I don't recall because it's been almost 16 months.
So you don't recall why you called the police that night?
I do
Objection asked and
recall.
answered. I'll withdraw that objection, Judge.
Okay. And after you called the police and they arrived, they initially put Mr. Koo in the back of the police car. Isn't that accurate?
That's correct.
And it was after the police reviewed the video that they put you in handcuffs. Isn't that true?
That's correct.
And at that time, your oldest son, Kai, saw you get arrested. Isn't that true?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. If you witnessed that, ma'am, you can testify about it.
I
If
was not
then
in the
no.
house. I was not in the house with the children at that time. So I cannot speak to that.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not Kai saw you.
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you recall that night that you came into Mr. Koo's room and took items from behind him, including a headphones and a charging cable?
Yes.
And you stated that that you didn't like him recording you, but if that wasn't on recording, would you be denying that action here today?
Objection calls for speculation, assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled. You may answer that, ma'am.
Can you repeat the question?
That if you had not been recorded while you were doing those things, would you be telling the court, would you be denying doing that here today?
Are you asking if I would be lying because it's not on camera?
Objection, non-responsive.
I think sustained. Ma'am, if you don't understand the question, you can ask her to rephrase it. But
Okay. Can you rephrase it, please?
If he had not been recording you, as you quoted, 24/7, would you have continued to take the items from him and then deny it here in court today?
No, I'm not a liar. No.
Would you have said you wouldn't, you did not recall?
If I didn't recall, but no.
When you came home that night, why did you come into Alan's room?
I haven't thought about this stuff. Well, I don't recall.
How did you get home that night?
I don't recall. I haven't gone back through and relived this in a really long time, and it's been a little while. So honestly, I don't remember all the details, and I've just been trying to move forward instead of relive that night 2 years later.
When you go out with your girlfriends and have sitters, how long are you gone?
Judge, I'm going to object. It would call for speculation. It's a compound question.
well, can we get a time frame? Like you talking about since the separation?
Yes, Your Honor, the sitters have only been addressed since the time of separation. So it's since the temporary orders hearing. How long are you
Objections
gone?
overruled.
Honestly, I can't recall a time I went out with my friends to get a sitter. Usually if I do go out with my friends, it's on the times when they're with their dad. The times I have a sitter are the times I have to go to work because I don't pay for.
Objection non-responsive.
Okay. I don't.
Now,
Sustained.
in your conversation with Mr. Mahoney, you stated that you had gone out with your girlfriends and gotten a sitter.
I'm trying to recall a time frame.
Hang on, I'm gonna
Sorry.
object. If she was having a conversation with me, it'd be privileged. So I'm gonna object. That invades her to clarify.
In the
I think
direct
you're talking-
examination,
She's talking about the direct examination. That testimony
sorry.
came out.
Okay.
Mm.
you stated that you went out with your girlfriends and had a sitter, and you said that you didn't think there was anything wrong with that. I am asking, how long are you out when you have a sitter and you go out with your girlfriends?
Hold on, let me think. I'm trying to think of the exact time. Let's say 2.5 hours.
2.5
For dinner.
hours.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you drink when you go to dinner?
No,
Do you drink when you have your kids?
no. I drink when I go to dinner other times. I'm talking about specifically when I get a sitter and my children are home. No.
Okay. If we had your bank statements over the last year, how often would we see you go out to dinner?
Maybe. Are you talking about by myself or with the kids?
By yourself or with the kids?
Either one. Okay. Maybe on average through the year, twice a week. Maybe. Maybe.
And how
Maybe
much
not that much.
How much do you spend when you go out alone on average?
Maybe maybe $30 or so. Like if that's one of the nights, like I don't have my kids if they're with him, or one of the weekends or something like that.
Okay, so
Usually just dinner. If the kids aren't in my possession, dinner and drinks. If the kids are with me, obviously the bill is more with dinner, say like $50-$60 or so. If the kids are there, and yeah, that's kind of what I would average out in general.
Okay. On your inventory, you mentioned the stash account, but there's actually 4 accounts, correct?
No, it's all lumped into one. It's actually a bunch of different stocks and groups of stocks, but it's all under one account number, I guess I should say.
Okay. And you gave your Outlander a value. Sorry, let me get this so that I can share it with you.
I got that from the Blue Book thing, I think.
Wrong one. Publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, can you see this? Should I zoom in? There, probably a little better. Okay, and so for the Outlander, you said $1,500, and you said you got that from Kelly Blue Book. Was that what? Did she?
Yes.
Okay. And for the Nissan Titan, how did you come up with $31,000 of value?
I think that was what he provided, I think. or hmm,
So you don't know?
I think that came from what Alan had provided, but I have to go back and look.
So
I don't
do you
I don't
want-
I don't know. I don't have
Okay.
access to that. It's either a blue book or a loan statement or something. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I have to.
The Chevy Corvette. Now, that was actually purchased by Alan prior to marriage. You testified to that earlier, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So while it's currently listed as his community property, it's actually his separate property, correct?
Well, he claimed it as community property in our bankruptcy, and there was some sort of financial information that he claimed that as community property.
Objection non-responsive. You acknowledge that this was purchased prior to marriage, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And as far as this debt owed to Joel Nass, now you've not provided any documentation regarding those expenses, is that correct?
Mm,
Judge, I'm going to object. That's a according to what I have, these statements were produced. I don't.
I have the bill. I mean, I can get online and get it.
I don't know if they were produced or not. I see they're on the inventory, but I'm not sure if they were produced, the bills were produced or not.
Okay, and Ms.
I
Q,
have
have
it.
you paid anything towards that debt?
No, I have not. No,
The total amount that you owe is $47,569.50 as of today, is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay, and that amount, does that include the application of the $10,000 that was ordered to be paid to your lawyer after the temporary orders hearing back in January of last year?
That has already been taken out.
Okay. And you have 1, 2, 3, 4. What is Mission Lane?
It's
Is
a
that a
credit
credit
card. Yeah, it's
Okay.
a credit card.
Okay, so and you have these 4 credit cards with balances on them.
Mhm.
Did you open these since the time that you filed for divorce?
Yes,
Okay.
to rebuild my credit.
And these are the current balances as of what date?
2 days ago,
And what is the credit limit on your Capital One 6937?
I don't recall each credit limit. I would have to look. The Mission Lane is the credit limit is 1,000. This went towards my retainer, current retainer. The other ones, I think one's maybe they're the two Capital One are 500, and then I think the other one's maybe 300 or 500, something like that.
Okay.
Small, they're small because we're obviously I have to rebuild.
Are you paying these off in full each month, or are you paying the monthly minimums on these accounts?
I have been paying them off in full until I had to hire an additional attorney and get attorney fees. And so I was trying to keep some of my cash flow in case I have to pay more legal fees. So that's why there's a balance, but normally they're zero.
So, Ms. Q, you got another job this summer, but failed to report it to Mr. Koo. You understand that you had an obligation to provide that information to Mr. Koo, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization of the law. I think there's an obligation if she changes jobs. I don't know of an obligation if you pick up an extra job.
It was addressed at the last hearing that if she had additional income, that all of the temporary orders could be reconsidered.
Okay, but Judge,
Right.
and I'm behind the 8 ball.
Hold on, the objection's overruled. I'm gonna let you can clarify if you need to on a redirect, but the objection's overruled. You may answer that, ma'am. Do you feel you had an obligation to report that income to your husband based on the prior court order?
What was it? Can you ask me the question again? I'm sorry.
So you got a job this summer
Yes.
and did not provide that information to your husband. Did you understand that you had an obligation to report that to your husband?
No, I did not understand that. I knew with the Fort Bend ISD, he had all that information as far as babysitting or nannying jobs. I did not realize I had to report that to him, and each
Okay.
specific one. I didn't realize that.
Okay, and so, sorry, Judge, I'm not freezing. I'm going to do math really quick before I ask my next question. Okay. Each month, why is it doing this? I totally screwed this up. Let me try again. Okay, there we go. All right. So going back to your income. So you began working at care.com or the nannying or those things. You started doing that when? This summer?
I started taking on extra jobs approximately February, March.
Okay.
I'm trying to remember.
So shortly after the temporary orders hearing.
Yeah, there were some not through care.com, just babysitting for friends, things like that.
And at that time, how much were you making gross each month?
I would have to calculate it. I'm not sure offhand.
Okay. Could you try and do that for us?
Back in March of last year, how much was I making?
Yes.
I mean, it was just basically my salary of the preschool.
How much was that?
I don't recall. I don't recall offhand.
Was it $1,000 a month?
I don't recall. I haven't looked at it in a long time.
Okay. All right. Beginning as of the time that you began employed with Fort Bend, you started making net $1,420 a month. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do the math here. So we've got 1,420 plus 150. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were getting 2,494.58 in child support. Is that correct?
Per month or per pay?
That's per month.
Yes.
Okay. So $1,420 a month plus $150 a month. Do you need a piece of paper to do the math, or
can I use a piece of paper? That'd be great.
do you have I have no objection to her doing the math.
Okay, cool.
Okay, you can do the math.
Thank you. Okay. 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 So what are we what are we doing here?
$1,420 plus $150.
Okay.
Do you get $1,570?
Got it.
Okay. All right. And then you get $2,494.58 a month in child support.
Okay.
And check your math. If you get
I'm gonna round up if that's okay. For the cents.
So $4,064 roughly.
55, yeah. 46.
Okay. So each month, at least since September, you have had $4,064.58 of just income. Is that correct?
That has fluctuated. You said since when?
You said since September.
September. Yeah, it's fluctuated.
Okay. And prior to that, you were making how much? You don't know per month how much you were making at your prior job at Memorial.
No, not offhand.
Okay.
I'll have to go back and look.
All right.
I mean, it was part, it wasn't a full-time job. So I'm not sure. I honestly haven't.
So maybe half of
all
what
that.
you're making now?
Do what?
About half of what you're making now?
I mean, what my income is, it was probably slightly less. But the child support was, that's where the difference is, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
so to readdress this, your income at Memorial, I mean,
Methodist Day School.
Methodist Day School, was it at least $700 a month?
At least.
Okay. So from March of last year until September, you were making $700 per month plus $150. So is that $850?
Right.
Okay. Plus $24.94.58. I get $3,344.58. Do you want to do the math or do you trust?
No, I trust you.
Okay.
You have the calculator.
Okay. So that is in addition to your husband paying the mortgage, the electricity, the utilities, paying for the vehicle insurance. You are getting an additional between $3,344.58 a month to over $4,000 a month. Where was that money going if it wasn't going towards the community debts? Your own inventory has a max total expenses of $3,938 a month. And that's including you actually paying the mortgage, which you're not doing.
Hold on, I'm confused. You're saying, I'm confused. Hold on, I got stuck on where you were saying the 3,300 and the 4,000. What?
Okay.
That was just my pay. That was just my pay, I guess, change from part-time to full-time.
Correct.
That.
So Mr. Koo was paying you child support and interim support each month. The child support of $24.94.58.
Well, I wasn't being paid my salary through the summer.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained. Wait for her to complete the question before you start giving an answer, Ms.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. You were getting paid. You said that as of March of last year, you started working at care.com, and we just did the math and it came out to rounding down about $3,300 per month. So March, April, and May, you were getting paid at the school, correct?
Hold on, let me think. Because I know school, we went on spring break and then never went back. And I don't think we got every paycheck through that time period because we were not working. So I would have to go back and look at exactly which ones. I know we got a couple, but I don't think we got a full rest of the year. And then start dates were delayed as well. So I guess
we know when you started getting paid in September of this year. We know you started getting paid the $1,420 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you do not have your W-2 from Methodist?
Yeah.
Memorial. I'm getting it wrong
should have
every
been in
time,
my
aren't I?
file.
It's Methodist?
It's Methodist.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay. And you don't have your W-2 from Methodist, is that correct?
I submitted it. My previous attorneys had it. I can look it up in a second. Just have to.
Okay, so you are getting paid, at least as of September of this year, your total income was $4,064.58 according to your inventory and the correction, or sorry, your financial information statement. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Koo was continuing to pay the mortgage, the utilities, the cell phone bills, all of the things that were ordered under the temporary orders. Isn't that correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. That assumes facts that are not in evidence because, in fact, she testified he wasn't paying those things.
Yeah, he was sustained. He's ordered to pay him, but so if
Okay,
you can rephrase the question,
Mr.
she
Koo was
wasn't-
obligated to pay those debts. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And so with your $4,064.58 for at least the 4 months of September, October, well, I guess more than that, September, October, November, December. So for, 4 months, you were getting this $4,000 and your only obligations were your food and what else? What else were you paying with this $4,000 per month?
Internet. I paid, there were a lot of house repairs. We had, when I moved back in, the HOA had filed a bunch of, I don't know what you call it, complaints or violations or whatever on the house. So there were house repairs. There were,
How much were the house repairs?
I'm sorry?
How much were the house repairs? What were they?
Judge, and I just want to make sure that I'm not trying anything by consent. I've looked through the temporary orders and I don't see any obligation of her to report this information to them. So I'm not sure what the relevance would be. I'm not aware of a cause of action to recoup temporary support that he was ordered to pay.
Yeah, with Ms. Lefevre, I understand that you're trying to show that she had income coming in and not a lot of expenses going out, but is there a claim for wasting or reconstitution, or what's the
There is
relevance
absolutely
of-
a waste. There is a disproportionate share claim, which includes reimbursement for the interim support. There is also a waste claim, and I'm trying to figure out where, at least $3,500 a month has gone for the last 4 months while my client has been trying to get to court to modify the temporary orders because he's been drowning for 15 months.
Okay, and that's where I want to make sure, Judge, that I don't know of a waste claim that's been filed. I'm not sure of a reimbursement claim for community money that was ordered to be paid by the court.
All right, let me look at the pleadings and see if we've got a wasting claim.
Judge, can my client step out and go run to the restroom real fast?
Okay, can we take
Why don't we
5
do
real
this?
quick?
Let's take our afternoon break now. I normally take it around 3 to 3:15, but we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break. The court will stand in recess until 3:05. We're off the record.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, close it. Maybe if I do like this, you can hear me better. Just add it to my bill.
I don't have that problem. I didn't used to have it, and it really would be bad.
Mhm.
You're muted, Judge. We can't hear you.
Thank you for telling me that. I was like, why is Miss Lefevre not starting? Uh,
Actually, what she said, Judge, was, I don't care if Judge Bell wants me to start. I'm not going. So
So what I had said before we were on the record, but y'all didn't hear me, was I reviewed during the break the pleadings. There is a request for a disproportionate share, and one of the factors there is wasting of the assets and temporary support paid. So I'm going to allow a little additional testimony on this topic. So Ms. Lefevre, you may continue with your cross-examination of the petitioner.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Ms. Koo, you had mentioned house repairs that needed to be done to the home. Could you please tell us what home repairs needed to be conducted on the residence?
There were some lawn issues, tree
What were those?
trimming, the garage doors. There were those.
How much was the tree trimming?
I can't recall offhand. I can't recall.
Okay. And you said garage door. How much was the garage door?
Maybe 200, maybe. I can't recall, honestly.
Okay.
I can't recall.
Okay. What else needed to be done on the house?
And what's the time frame we're looking at?
In this
September
last
through December?
In this last year, what is it that has had to be done? You said there was a number of things that needed to be done to the house since you moved back in.
We'll just go with that for now. That's
Okay.
all I can remember off the top of my head.
Okay. So $200 for the garage door and a question mark on the tree trimming. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so from September through this month, because really we had said 4 months, but really January and February, and at least part of March, you've been getting this $4,064 a month, correct?
No, I haven't been receiving a full paycheck because I've had to take off with kids being quarantined, etc. So I think
How
some
many
of my
times have the
paychecks
kids-
might have how many times have I been off?
Yeah, how many times have the kids been quarantined for COVID?
Between the three of them, 3 or 4, 2 weeks apiece. And then we had Snowmageddon. We were off for a couple weeks there. So there's been fluctuation in some things. And then I had to, retain a new attorney and pay trial fees and things
Objection
like that.
unresponsive after
Oh, I'm sorry.
Snowmageddon.
Sustained.
Okay. 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 And are you requesting that my client pay you spousal maintenance after today's hearing?
I'll have to refer to my attorney for that. And I don't know how. all of this
Objection
works.
non-responsive.
Sustained, other than I don't know.
Okay. All right. Ms. Koo, what attempts have you made to find employment other than the 2 that were provided in exhibit? Sorry, let me get to it. P6. In P6, you provided 2 job applications from March of last year. I will pull it up and share with you so that you know what I'm talking about. Publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Now you show in this, you have the Fort Bend Independent School District job, and that's the one you accepted. Is that correct?
Let's see, that was February 2nd. I'm not sure if that's the exact one, but I had several applications go through the school district, and so
Okay. And then you have an application to shipped.
yes.
Okay, I'm going to zoom out a bit. And that was also February 3rd of 2020.
Mm-hmm.
And this is huge. And this is,
That's my teacher certificate.
okay. And so what is this then?
That's online to get my teaching certificate.
Okay. And so when is this from?
Probably February or March of last year is when I started my program.
Okay. And how long does it take normally start to finish to complete the program?
You can go at your own pace.
What's the shortest amount of time that you could complete it in?
I mean, it's 300 hours, I believe. So,
and you're 150 hours in?
Ish. There, yeah,
Sorry.
approximately.
Sorry.
There were delays again. I mean,
Okay.
I know I keep saying it, but.
All right. And since this time, have you submitted any other applications, job applications?
No.
Okay. And when you are done with your teaching certificate, will you be able to meet your obligations under the financial information statement that you provided of a little less than $4,000 a month?
Yes.
And in the meantime, while you have been receiving this $4,000 a month and only been obligated to pay your food expenses and what was your health insurance? What were you doing with the rest of the money that was coming in?
I've spent it on attorney's fees.
So you spent an additional almost $28,000 on attorney's fees on top of the $49,000 that you owed Mr. Nash?
No, not 28. I'm not sure where that number comes from.
The $4,064.58 a month over the last 7 months comes out to be about $28,000, a little more than $28,000. So where is that $28,000 gone?
$28,000 for the year? with 3 kids has gone to,
$28,000 is just from September to present. Where has that money gone?
you're saying from okay, because I thought you were talking about all of last year. Now we're talking about September through this year. I'm confused. Sorry.
So from
I'm
September?
sorry. I thought we were talking about all of last year, and then
I mean, I'd be happy to expand that and do the math for all of last year, but I can only get hard numbers from you from September forward. So I'm trying to figure out from September to March, where did that money go? You were getting far in excess of your monthly minimum expenses. Where was that money going?
Judge, again, I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization of the evidence. As far as she getting far in excess of her monthly expenses.
I mean, we just went through her financial.
You may answer that, man.
can you rephrase it? I mean, or can you repeat it? You're just asking.
Okay. Let's start with something a little bit simpler. Since the $10,000 that was paid to Joel Nass's office in January of last year, according to the temporary orders, did you pay Mr. Nass's office any additional money?
Not that I recall.
Okay. So none of the money that you were receiving, either through in-kind support, the mortgage payments, et cetera, or the spousal support, or the child support receiving, or your own personal income, none of that money went towards paying the bill towards Mr. Nass's office. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And since you were unable to tell me exactly how much you made prior to September, I'm going to start with September. So
Okay.
we've already established that in September, your total income was $4,064.58. So since September, you have gotten $28,452.06 of income. Where has that money gone since Mr. Koo is the one paying for the mortgage and the electricity and the utilities and the vehicles and the insurance? Where has that money gone?
The money has gone to, there's been living expenses. There's been
What living expenses, please?
new attorney expenses.
How much have you paid your new attorney of that $28,000?
I paid a retainer of $5,000.
Okay, and you said that part of that was on your credit card, correct?
Like 900.
Okay, and so $4,000 of that $28,000 went to a new attorney. And living expenses, I mean, I can pull up your financial information statement. We can go back through that again if you'd like.
There was a trial fee of $38.50 that I paid.
Okay,
And let's see, we went on a trip for my son's 10th birthday.
where did you go?
That was maybe, I think it was maybe $2,000, maybe $3,000 for basically the week.
Okay, how much did you spend on the kids for Christmas?
I can't recall.
Okay, how much was the new tablet that you bought?
$80.
Okay, and so you're saying to this court that you don't know how much you spent at Christmas for the kids in 2020?
No, not offhand. I would
Okay.
have to go back and look.
You testified to this court that you handled all of the household finances prior to
That's correct.
Mr. Koo filing the protective
wait.
order. Sorry, Judge?
That's correct.
I was reminding her to wait until you finish your question before she answers.
So you say that it's Mr. Koo that got the family into the bankruptcy, but you can't account to the court for the last 6 months of $28,000. Is that correct?
Judge, again, I'm going to object. That's a mischaracterization. She accounted for $8,000 to me, $3,000 on vacation. That's $11,000. We're only missing 28 minus 11, which would be 19 in 6 months.
And the court
17,000.
recalls the testimony.
Okay.
Objections
So-
overruled. You may answer the question.
I haven't gone back through and itemized and gotten lump sums to say a firm number on these things.
So Ms. Koo, it seems, do you deny taking part in the bad financial decisions that led to the bankruptcy?
Can you rephrase that?
Do you deny that you took part in the bad financial decisions that led to you two filing for bankruptcy?
I think, I know it's a yes or no question. Let's,
Ms. Koo, I just need a yes or no answer.
I'm trying to. No, I don't. I believe that there was, I don't deny that I had nothing to do with that. Does that make
All right.
sense?
No, it does not make sense.
Okay. Do I deny that? Can you say it again? I'm sorry. Oh my gosh.
Did you take part in what led to the bankruptcy, the bad financial decisions that led to the bankruptcy? Were you a part of making those decisions?
Any part or the whole part or part? What part?
Did you have any part?
Any part? A tiny part.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Ms. Koo, you stated that you handled the family's finances, but your family was in bankruptcy at the beginning of 2019. How can you rectify those two statements?
Well, the transcripts from the bankruptcy.
Objection,
Is
call hearsay, and non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay.
How do you rectify that you handled the home's finances, but you were in bankruptcy a year before you filed for divorce?
How do I rectify that?
How do you
Because how do I explain that?
Yes.
Because you can't make someone do the right thing. And with his finances, it's happening the same thing today. He could have lessened.
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained, other than you can't make somebody do something.
Okay, let's go back. What did you buy the kids for Christmas this year? Let's walk through what you purchased. Could you tell me what you bought for the kids for Christmas this year?
Let me think.
Let's just start with Kai. What'd you buy for Kai?
Honestly, I'll have to go back and look. I think they were with their dad over Christmas.
So you
And
didn't buy them any gifts for Christmas?
no, I bought them things. I'm trying to remember what it is. I'll have to go back and look. I honestly can't recall right now.
Did you buy a scooter?
No,
You didn't buy an electric scooter?
no.
And the tablet you said was $80?
Yes.
What about Sonora? Did you buy anything for Sonora?
I can't recall.
What about for Kale? Can you recall anything you bought for Kale?
I'll have to go back and look and think about it. I can't recall offhand. I'm not trying to be difficult. I just really can't. My brain wasn't thinking about that for a second, so.
And when you filed for bankruptcy, you and your husband, you had to make a statement to the court as well, didn't you?
That's correct.
And you made the same or similar statement that your husband did, isn't that correct?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence. It would call for hearsay.
Admission by a party opponent.
Sustained.
I can't recall. Oh, sorry. What?
He sustained it.
Now, speaking of the freeze, you were in and out of your house because there wasn't power, isn't that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Did you have power and electricity throughout the storm?
No,
Okay. So while the children were in your possession, there was a period of time where you did not have power and electricity. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And y'all stayed at your house where you didn't have power and electricity?
That's correct.
Okay. How long were you without power and electricity? Sorry, power and water.
We had water besides maybe 1 hour. We had gas the whole time. The power was out approximately, sorry, 3 days. Does that sound right? I don't know. Maybe 3
Okay,
days.
so you were out of power for 3 days. And at no point did you ask to take the kids over to Allen where you knew he had power and water?
I'm going to object. It would assume facts not in evidence that she knew what he had.
That's sustained.
Did you communicate with Allen that you did not have power and water?
No,
So you didn't bother to tell him that you didn't have power and water where the kids were?
Objection asked and answered.
I just want to make sure that she's responding to the question.
She said she didn't notify him or let him
Okay.
know.
All right. And so you didn't want to turn the children over to Mr. Koo during the storm, isn't that correct? On Thursday when it was his time?
that's not correct.
Okay.
That is
And
incorrect.
you didn't ask Mr. Koo to not exercise his visitation?
That was not the wording I used. No,
Was that your intention, was for him to not exercise his visitation during the storm?
no,
Okay. And so you didn't tell Mr. Koo that you were without power and on these 3 days, but when Mr. Koo had the kids for 2 days, you called a wellness check on them. Isn't that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And did you have any consideration for what that might do to the children, having the police come to his house?
100% I had. I thought long and hard about my decision, and I knew this is going to come up just like it is. And yes, I thought about it.
And so, Ms. Koo, do you understand why it sounds like you want Alan to communicate, but you don't want to have to communicate with him?
No, I don't understand that.
Okay. So when you think that something is important and involves the kids, do you let Mr. Koo know?
100% I do.
And so you didn't think that being without power for 3 days impacted the kids?
That is not a,
I'll actually rephrase the question.
everyone was in the same situation at that time, so.
If Mr. Koo had been in your situation without power, would you have expected him to notify you?
I would appreciate it. I would not expect it.
Okay. Now, talking about COVID testing, there was a lot of back and forth on COVID testing throughout the last year. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you two have communicated in both email and text message with regard to COVID testing. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Koo has communicated to you that he has free testing through his employer. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And that testing is up in spring. Isn't that correct?
From what he told me, that is correct.
Okay. So when Mr. Koo took the children up to Spring for COVID testing, it was because it was free through his employer, correct?
Like it's free in his pediatrician's office.
You pay a copay when you go to the pediatrician, don't you?
The COVID testing was covered.
By insurance?
Yes.
And do you know how Mr. Koo is permitted to live in his employer's residences? Do you know how that works?
Nope. No, I do not.
So the fact that his company might be building an apartment complex near you, you don't know how it works with where he is and is not allowed to live. Is that correct?
Hold on. What? Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
You mentioned earlier that there were apartment complexes that were being built by his employer near your home. Do you remember that?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
So you do not have any basis to know how he is allowed to live at which apartment complexes through his employer, do you?
Are you saying I don't have the information to
Correct.
determine that? I don't have any of his employment information.
Okay, so okay, and the kids are when you call Mr. Koo, you call his cell phone to speak to the kids, is that correct?
I call his cell phone. That's correct.
Okay. How often do you call this cell phone to speak to the kids when they're in his possession?
I call every night except transition days. I don't call on those days when they leave my house and go with him.
So you don't call Thursday and you don't call Monday, is that correct?
Some Thursdays I do, depending on if they're with me at home or at school. If it's difficult on them, they have asked me not to call in the car or to call them because they get stressed out.
Okay. So you call the kids 3 days while they're with Mr. Koo, and of those 3 days, how often do you speak to the kids?
I call more than 3 days.
You call them more than Friday,
I call
Saturday, and
them
Sunday when he
every-
has the kids?
I'm sorry?
You call more than Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when he has the kids?
Well, in July when he had them, or Christmas, those sort of things. I mean, I call them when they're with him.
Okay, let's talk about a normal weekend that he has the kids.
Okay, normal weekend.
How often of those 3 days do you speak to the children?
I call them every day unless it's a transition day. So if you're with him 4 days and they left my house on Thursday, I let them go get settled and then I'll call them Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Okay.
And then I'll see them Monday.
All right. And you spoke about Mr. Koo coming to the house uninvited. Mr. Koo's only come to the house twice unannounced. Isn't that correct?
Judge, can we get a time frame? Are we talking about the whole 18 months or are we talking about?
Sustain. You can let us know what
Okay.
time period you're talking about.
You testified that since the temporary orders hearing, he's come to the house unannounced. So isn't it true that he's come twice unannounced in the last 15 months?
At least. I can't say
And
exact number.
those 2 times you weren't at the home, were you?
That's incorrect.
You were actually at work when he dropped off a toy and a jacket. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
Prior to turning the kids over to Alan during the freeze, y'all had a correspondence about him having utilities. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And he confirmed to you that he had power and water?
I don't believe that was ever confirmed. It was, no.
What did you do for the month of July while you didn't have the kids?
I worked as a nanny and got my teaching certificate hours.
Okay, and so how much were you working as a nanny?
Basically full-time.
Okay, how much were you getting paid an hour?
It wasn't per hour, it was an agreed upon amount, and for the month,
How much was the amount per month?
I can't recall.
Okay, Ms. Koo, you stated that you had worked at Methodist for 4 years. I just wanted to revisit your job history. When did you start working at Methodist?
I started working for the day school when Sonora was old enough to go into it was the 2-year-old class. So 2015, 20, no, 20, I can't remember, 17 maybe. 2017, 2016. I substituted before that a little bit, and then.
Where did you work? Where did you work before Methodist?
Hold on, that's a long time ago. Let me think. A lot of kids. Well, I think before that I was just I stayed home, and then when we lived in Dallas a long time ago, but I think between moving to Houston, that was it.
Okay.
That was my kind of getting into the workforce.
Sonora started at Methodist when she was 4, correct? Because we were.
No. That's at Leonetti. When she went to kindergarten, that was recently. But Methodist Day School is a preschool, so she started when she was 2.
Okay, so she
Actually,
started.
I think it was a little bit before 2, but that time frame, maybe. I want to say 2016, maybe right before she turned 2. She went in the end of school, but I can't remember.
Okay, and so you said that you didn't know what happened to Mr. Koo's bonus from 2019. Is that correct?
I don't have access to his financial information, but when we went through the temporary orders and discussed this, I had to go through and look at it.
Okay, and at that time, do you recall that $20,000 was paid towards attorney's fees?
That, yes, I do recall that. I do recall 20,000.
Okay, and you mentioned game expenses in January from Mr. Koo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but you kept the PlayStation 4 at your home, didn't you?
It is not a complete PlayStation 4.
You kept the PlayStation 4, isn't that correct?
I guess there's parts of it left behind. I don't know how to answer that. It's
The black PlayStation box, is it at your house?
the black PlayStation box is at my house.
Thank you. Okay. And do you recall that prior to the temporary orders and before you were arrested, you began taking Mr. Koo's paychecks out at midnight when they were deposited?
Judge, I'm gonna object. That assumes facts not in evidence.
It's cross.
Overruled. She's allowed to lead her, so I'm gonna allow it. You may answer that question, ma'am.
Can you ask the question again?
Do you
Please?
recall taking Mr. Koo's paychecks out of the account at midnight when they were deposited?
No.
Okay. Do you recall telling Mr. Koo in a parking lot when he was taking Kale to a Rubik's Cube competition that he was going to, or sorry, is it Kai? Kai's the Rubik's Cube. To Kai to the Rubik's Cube competition that he was going to regret it and that you were going to make him hurt?
Do I recall that? No, definitely not. I don't recall that.
Okay. And do you recall locking Kale out of the house on October 15th, 2020?
No, I do not recall that. October of, no.
And when Kale was hospitalized this past summer, you didn't mention that you had Alan removed from the hospital, did you?
Again, Judge, I'm gonna object. It assumes facts not in evidence.
Overruled. I'm gonna allow it.
No, I did not have him removed.
You didn't have security remove Alan based on the injunctions in the temporary orders?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Did you or did you not have security have Alan leave the hospital when he arrived or after he arrived?
Thinking back exactly how this happened, because I believe he agreed to go after, gosh, I gotta think through all this. I actually left when he showed up.
And when did you come back and have him removed?
When I came back, I'd spoken to my attorney. It's the middle of the night, let me think. It was probably 45 minutes later.
So you left and then 45 minutes later you came back? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and then communicated with him that he needs to go to the lobby until I make the decisions that we needed to make at the time.
So you needed Alan to leave so that you could unilaterally make decisions for Kale. Is that correct?
I needed Alan to leave so I wouldn't be in fear and I could think clearly
Objection,
for my child
non-responsive.
who was in the
Objection.
ambulance that night.
Please allow the court to make a
Sustained.
ruling.
Sustained. Ma'am, if you hear an objection, stop talking.
You keep saying that you're afraid of Alan, but you've presented no evidence of any family violence from Alan. Isn't that correct?
I have to think.
Have you presented any evidence of Alan's family violence?
Submitted in court? Is that what you mean?
Okay, I'll rephrase.
Okay.
Earlier, you said that Alan had never put his hands on you other than an altercation a few days before you got arrested. Isn't that correct?
Well, I'm sorry. I was assuming violence and like there's different, okay. Physical violence? That's correct. That was the one incident between both of us. That was it. There was never any physical violence between us before that.
And then the night that you were arrested, when you got on top of him, and we have the recordings that have been submitted to court. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So you keep saying that you're afraid of Alan, and you've even pled that this divorce should be granted on the grounds of cruel treatment by Alan. Isn't that correct?
I don't think that's,
So you want the court to grant your divorce on the grounds of insupportability. Is that correct?
I'm going to object. I think that calls for a legal conclusion, and cruel treatment is way more than just family violence. Can be way more.
The court's going to sustain the legal conclusion as far as what the grounds for the divorce are. But,
Okay.
ma'am, you need to know what you're requesting. So if she's asking you what you're requesting, I think that's a proper question.
So are you asking the court to grant your divorce on the grounds of cruel treatment?
I don't know how to answer that because I don't even know what that is. Like, as far as like what that encompasses or what I'm saying, I don't know how to answer that.
Non-responsive after I don't know.
Okay, I don't know.
You mentioned earlier that you had given Alan extra time as far as since the temporary orders have been put in place, that you had given him extra time of possession and access. When did that occur?
The last time I believe he got extra time was the Snowmageddon time. I think he was supposed to get him at 6. It got him earlier. I can't remember honestly. Let's see. I offered extra time one of his possession weekends. It was declined by him.
When?
It was maybe the beginning of February or so.
Of last year?
No, this year, where he pulled him out of school, took him to this spring thing, and
Objection, non-responsive.
Sustained after it was this year.
oh, yeah. Sorry. You know better by now.
Okay. Now, you actually denied Alan access to the kids on Sonora's birthday. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
And how do you communicate Kale's therapy sessions with Alan?
Usually it's through email. I mean, we have zero communication on the phone, like speaking. So it would either be text or email. Most likely those sort of things I try to keep in email for documentation.
Okay. You said that you had attempted multiple times to reach a settlement with Alan. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that you actually sent one email asking him to tell you what he wanted?
That's incorrect.
Okay. And I actually reached out to you in January regarding scheduling mediation. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And you never responded regarding scheduling mediation. Isn't that correct?
That is not correct.
When did you respond to my office regarding scheduling mediation?
I didn't get anything from your office scheduling mediation. I knew from the judge saying we needed to attempt mediation, and that's all I heard about that from the hearing. And that
Okay.
was, I never received anything trying to schedule a mediation.
Okay.
But I know that's,
You said that y'all went on a trip for Kai's birthday.
that's correct.
When was that?
Thanksgiving of 2020.
Okay, so that's when you went to the Grand Canyon and to Las Vegas?
We went to the Grand Canyon, yeah. And we flew into Las Vegas. Mhm.
Okay, so you flew into Las Vegas and then rented a car and drove to the Grand Canyon?
That's correct.
Where did y'all stay?
The whole trip,
Yes.
we stayed. I don't know, like it was like a Holiday Inn or something the first night, and then drove out. We stayed near the Grand Canyon a few nights, and then drove back and stayed in like a VBRO, I think, or something in Vegas, and then flew out. We were there maybe 5 days or so.
You actually stayed at the Palms, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Okay.
I got it through a Groupon. That's what it is, not VBRO.
Okay.
A Groupon. Because of the COVID, it was great prices. Like $20.
Your Honor, could I have 5 minutes to speak to my client?
You may. We'll take a 5-minute break. We'll resume at 4 o'clock. We're going off the record.
it. How do we do that? In this room or on the phone? Oh.
Okay, the court's back on the record in the Q matter. Ms. LaFever, you may continue.
I'm going to pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, redirect, Mr. Mahoney.
Yes, sir, Judge. Ms. Q, during the storm, when you were without power, did Mr. Q call to talk to the children?
Yes.
Did you allow him to talk to the children?
Yes.
Did he ever write to you and say, hey, I have power, I have water, why don't the kids come stay with me?
No.
Did you hide anything from him?
No.
Did he afford you the same courtesy when the kids went with him?
No. The kids told him.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Now, I'm going to pass the witness at this point.
LaFever, anything further from this witness?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Mahoney, you may call your next witness.
Did I call Alan Q? May I proceed?
All right, Mr. Yeah, just one second. Mr. Q, I'm going to give you a couple of instructions since you're being called as an adverse witness. What that means is Mr. Mahoney is going to get to ask you questions first. A lot of his questions may call for a yes or no response, or they may call for a short response. I want you to listen carefully to his question and just answer the question that's asked. Ms. LaFever is going to get an opportunity to ask you questions once he's done, and if she thinks you need to explain an answer, she's going to be making notes of that, and she knows how to do that. So I don't need you to explain your answers. Just listen carefully to the question and just answer the question that's asked. Mr. Mahoney,
Yes,
you may
sir.
proceed.
Your Honor, just one quick question. Are we wrapping up at 5?
We are.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
We'll break around 4:55 to 5, right in there.
Thank you, Judge.
Would you tell us your name?
Alan Joseph Koo.
And Mr. Koo, you are currently married to Natalie Koo,
Yes,
and you're the counter petitioner in this divorce. Is that correct?
yes.
Now, Mr. Koo, how are you employed?
As in, who do I work for, or how am I employed? As in my position.
Who do you work for, sir?
Alliance Residential.
Okay, and what do you do for Alliance Residential?
I'm a superintendent.
Okay, and are you paid a salary or are you paid hourly?
I'm paid salary.
Okay, and what is your salary?
Currently, my net salary is just shy of 80,000.
Okay, when you say your net salary, are you talking about before taxes or after taxes?
This is after all deductions.
So after all deductions, you bring home 80,000 a year divided by 12. That'd be how
Yes,
much
sir.
a month?
Close.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that's approximately correct.
Okay. Well, sir, so you filled out a financial information statement that's been admitted into evidence, correct?
Yes,
And on that financial information statement, you set out your, may I publish, Judge?
You may. And just for the record, this is R2.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Thank you. Sir, you set out on your financial information statement your monthly gross. Is that right?
yes,
And it says $8,307.
yes.
Okay. And is that your monthly gross for 2020 or is that for 2021?
It's both right now. Yes,
Okay. So there's been no change in your pay from tax year 2020 versus tax year 2021?
not as of yet. No.
Okay. Is there a reason why you didn't produce any check stubs from 2021?
I did.
Well, let me ask it this way, and I apologize. Is there a reason why you didn't share them with us?
I did.
When did you send those over, sir?
I don't recall the exact date, but when my lawyer asked for them, yes.
Okay, so you sent
Within
them
the
to your
past
lawyer.
month. Yes, sir.
Okay, but now, would it surprise you to know that the last check stub that we received was from 2020?
Yes.
Objection relevance, Your Honor, unless this is going to some kind of a waste claim. It's the same argument Mr. Mahoney had.
Well, Judge would be going to a child support claim for sure if he got a pay raise for 2021.
Objections overruled. You may continue to ask this line of questioning.
Sir, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as respondents number 4. And you see respondents 4 there in front of you, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and it says that right here in the top right-hand corner, the period end date was December 4th of 2020.
Yes.
Okay, and what is this a normal 2-week paycheck here?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this paycheck, on the same date, you also got period end date 12/4. You also received another check with a $3,000 bonus. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And if I'm reading this correctly, you've received a bonus for tax year 2020 of a total as of December $11,250. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, sir, did you hear your attorney say that you didn't get a bonus in 2020?
Objection mischaracterizes testimony.
Just saying.
Well, sir, how many bonuses did you get in 2020, sir?
My Chris, 2.
Okay, so was it 8,250 and then 3,000?
Before taxes, yes.
Okay. And do you know when you got the 8,250?
It's in my paychecks, yes.
Okay, when approximately what month was that? Would that have been received?
August.
August? And did you share any of that money with your wife or your kids?
Went to mortgage.
I'm sorry?
Paid mortgage
Okay.
to
That was
catch
it?
up. Yeah.
Okay. Now, you also paid $9,000 to the mortgage in March of this year, right?
Yes.
Okay, where did you get that money?
It was my bonus for finishing the job I just did.
So you just received another bonus for this year?
Yes, because I just finished.
Okay, how much did you get then?
It was gross or net. Net, it was around 11 or 12,
What was the gross?
15.
Okay. And did you share any of that money with your wife or your kids?
To support them, yes. Mortgage.
Okay. Other than that, did you give them any extra money?
I had none.
Well, sir, you said it was on top of your regular paycheck. You got an $11,000 or $12,000 net bonus.
Yes.
And you paid $9,000 towards the mortgage, right?
Yes.
So where's the rest?
Went to catch my truck up. I was 5 months behind on that as well.
Well, sir, if you were bringing home so every 2 weeks you put 1987.65 in the bank?
It's close to that. Depending upon how the child support comes out, it's 1,900 or 18, depending upon how what's wrong that time. But it's approximately that every 2 weeks, yeah, or every pay period.
Okay. And if we take that and multiply it out towards the whole, or over the whole year, you're telling the court that, well, let me ask you this way, sir. $2,000, if we just use round numbers, times 26 pay periods would only be $52,000. So where does the other 28,000 come in?
I'm confused on that.
You said it was $80,000 net for your income, right?
Yes, approximately, yes.
Okay, so if it's
As
an
you can see right
80,000,
here, it's actually on the high side because this is my last paycheck from December and it shows 73.
okay, well, that's gross. You said 80,000 net.
Mr. Mahoney, could you zoom in just a little bit?
Is that too much?
It was a little much, but it's still better than it was.
You're not the first one to tell me I'm a little much, but I understand.
Thank you, that's better.
So as of December 4th, your gross pay was $73,056. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then right before we started the trial, we exchanged W-2s. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you provided your W-2 for tax year 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any other income, sir, other than the W-2 that you provided for tax year 2020?
No.
Now, sir, you think honesty is important, sir?
Yes.
You think it's important to full disclosure, provide all the documentation that you have?
Yes.
Sir,
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
well, sir, your W-2 that you provided right before we started was $78,000, right?
Can I look at it real quick just to make sure I'm confirming correct?
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it right now.
It's attached to the FIS.
I just wasn't sure if I had the right one. Sorry, I have the wrong.
Should be R2 attached as an exhibit to R2. That helps.
I'm sorry, and I didn't bring the new R2 into my folder, so I'll get it in 2 seconds. Here we go. May I publish?
We're
This
going
shows
to
my
go.
social.
Hold on.